Haunted Doll in the Container. Jack Reynolds was a petty thief in suburban Los Angeles. He chose Halloween as his night of operation because people were less vigilant. The boxes left on porches after a busy day of parties, decorations, and games were easy pickings for him. As he drove through a quiet residential area, Jack noticed a large shipping container sitting in the backyard of a house where a pumpkin lantern flickered on the front porch. Tagged on the outside of the box was a simple message, to David. Although he had no idea what it was, Jack felt certain that there was something valuable inside. Looking around and seeing everything quiet, he quickly grabbed the box, threw it into the back seat of the car, and disappeared into the night, leaving behind the rustling sound of dry leaves and the flickering light from Halloween decorations. Back in his small apartment, Jack hurriedly opened the box, hoping to find something expensive. But there was nothing inside but an old doll. It wore a white lace dress stained by time, and its curly hair fell loosely over its pale face. Its large black glass eyes stared straight at Jack as if they were watching his every move. A joke? Jack muttered in disappointment. He picked up the doll, feeling the coldness of the old cloth and plastic as if it hadn't been touched in ages. Annoyed by the trick, he threw the doll onto the shelf, grabbed a beer, and sat down on the worn chair in front of the TV. But even as he watched the TV show, Jack had a strange feeling. There seemed to be something in the room with him, a cold gaze that made him uncomfortable. He glanced at the shelf where the doll sat. Though it didn't move, its glass eyes seemed to be looking straight at him. That night, Jack went to bed early to prepare for another night of action. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell into a nightmare. In his dream, he found himself standing in a cold, dark room. In the middle of the room, the doll sat on a wooden chair, its mouth moving slightly as if whispering unclear words. It felt like something invisible was binding his limbs. No matter how hard he tried to run, he couldn't escape the doll's black gaze. He woke up, sweating and his heart pounding. The room was still dark, but in that quiet space, Jack felt like there were eyes watching him from the darkness. Over the next few days, Jack noticed strange things starting to happen. Every time he left the room, the doll would appear in different locations. He remembered clearly putting it on the shelf, but when he came back, it was sitting right in the middle of the kitchen table. Another time, he found it in the closet, a place he never put his hands in. Jack was starting to lose his patience. "I'm just imagining things," he muttered, trying to reassure himself. But the nightmares grew worse. Every night he saw the doll in his dreams, sometimes standing at the head of his bed, sometimes crawling up to his chest, whispering cold sounds in his ear. Even when he was awake, Jack could still hear a soft chuckle echoing in his head, as if something was playing tricks on his mind. After a week of poor sleep, Jack began to have paranoia. He could feel the doll's presence even when he couldn't see it. The darkness in the apartment became heavy, and strange sounds echoed in the night. Soft footsteps on the wooden floor, distant giggles. One night, Jack tried to stuff the doll in a trash bag and take it out to the bin in the backyard. But the next morning, when he opened his bedroom door, he paled when he saw the doll sitting right on the bed, its head tilted slightly as if mocking. The jet-black glass eyes reflected his helplessness. Jack felt like he was stuck in a vicious cycle. He couldn't let it go, couldn't face it. That soulless gaze was always there in his mind, draining him day by day. Jack knew he had to do something before he went crazy. That Halloween night, when everyone was busy with games and costumes, he loaded the doll into his car and drove out of town. He found a deserted junkyard on the outskirts of town, where no one would be around at that hour. In the darkness, Jack threw the doll into a large pile of trash. He stood there for a few seconds, watching it sink into the pile of junk. Before turning and running back to his car. This time, he told himself he was free from that obsession forever. But when he got home, a cold feeling came over him. The bedroom door was slightly open, and in the dim light, Jack saw familiar dark eyes staring straight at him from the corner of the room. The doll sat on the bed, its head slightly tilted, as if it knew full well that he could never escape. Jack locked himself in his apartment for days after that. He didn't go out, didn't dare sleep, because every time he closed his eyes, the nightmares came back. The images of the doll, the whispers, and the creepy laughter kept haunting him. Even though it was morning, he could still feel those glass eyes watching him from every corner. Another time, he tried burning it in the fireplace, but when the fire died out, the doll remained intact, lying motionless in the ashes. Other attempts were also futile. Jack could not escape it, and the feeling of being trapped by fear became more and more obvious. On a rainy night, Jack decided to run away from the apartment. He rented a room in a strange town, hoping that this time he would be left alone. But as soon as he lay down on the bed, he heard a familiar whisper, "You think you can run?" He opened his eyes, and the doll was sitting at the head of the bed. Its black eyes glowed in the darkness, as if waiting for the moment Jack would let go. He sensed clearly that there was nowhere far enough, no way to escape. Jack just lay there, helplessly staring into those lifeless eyes, knowing that this chase would never end. And the doll still sat there, silently watching, as if time had no meaning to it. Who knew how long it would wait to find its next victim? The Thief and the Cursed Mirror. Victor Reynolds, a notorious thief, always chooses items that are valuable and easy to sell. This time, he received information about a special item, a 19th century antique mirror that is considered very rare, currently located in a secluded old house in the suburbs. The buyer offered a high price if Victor would remove it from the house. Despite the rumors about the cursed mirror, Victor did not care. To him, it was just baseless superstition. That night, he broke into the old house. The wind whistled through the rotten windows, and in the quiet house, Victor immediately saw his target, a large mirror placed prominently in the living room. The mirror was framed in ebony, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to twist into twisted faces. The polished surface reflected Victor's image with suspicious detail, as if the mirror were observing him, rather than the other way around. Victor took down the mirror, but as soon as his hand touched the wooden frame, a cold air pierced his skin. For a moment, his reflection in the mirror curled its lips, smiling wickedly. But Victor didn't notice. He quickly took the mirror out of the house and brought it back to his apartment. Little did he know that from that moment on, the door between the two worlds had been opened. Victor set up the mirror in the living room and prepared to go to bed. But on the very first night, strange phenomena began to occur. As he walked across the living room to get some water, he happened to look into the mirror. For a moment, he saw a figure standing right behind him. A woman in a white dress, her long hair falling over half her face. Victor's heart stopped. He turned around, but the living room was empty. The room was dark, and the mirror reflected something that the real world did not. Victor tried to convince himself that he was tired. But every time he looked into the mirror, the woman's figure appeared more clearly. She stood closer to him every day, and sometimes he could hear a whisper from behind. "You shouldn't have taken it." That night, Victor woke up in the middle of the night, cold sweat all over his body. Whispers echoed throughout the apartment, as if someone was standing right next to his bed, whispering in his ear. He jumped up, shining a flashlight around the room, but found nothing. The strange phenomena did not stop. The ghost in the mirror began to move. One night, Victor saw the woman's thin hand slowly reach out in the mirror, touching his shoulder. He froze, unable to move. Cold breath fanned the back of his neck, and in the mirror, the woman smiled, a twisted, evil smile. Victor tried to run, but every time he turned around, the image in the mirror became clearer. The ghost was standing right next to him, just a few feet away. He decided to investigate the mirror and discovered a terrible story. The woman in the mirror was named Margaret, who used to live in that old house. After being betrayed by her husband, she ended everything in front of the mirror, and her soul was trapped inside forever. All those who have taken the mirror from the house have experienced terrifying phenomena and eventually gone mad or disappeared without a trace. Victor decided to throw the mirror away, but all attempts failed. Every time he took it out of the house, it reappeared in the living room, as if it had never intended to leave. The ghost in the mirror grew stronger. She appeared not only in the mirror, but also in his dreams. Victor dreamed that he was being pulled into the mirror, trapped in endless darkness with Margaret's eyes following his every move. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Victor fled town that night. He drove relentlessly, trying to get as far away from the mirror as possible. But on the road, when he looked in the rearview mirror, he saw Margaret sitting in the back seat, her face pale and smiling hauntedly. Victor screamed, lost control, and crashed into the roadside. When he turned to look at the back seat, no one was there. But he knew he would never be free of the curse. Margaret was still there, watching him from every mirror. Victor disappeared without a trace. His apartment was abandoned, and the mirror remained there, waiting for the next victim. Curious people who entered the apartment said they saw the shadow of a woman lurking in the mirror, with dark eyes and an eerie smile. If you see an old mirror for sale at a bargain price, remember, some things are more than just reflections. They are doors to a world that should not be opened. Red Scarecrow Festival. In suburban Pennsylvania, the Thompson family holds an annual Halloween festival, famous for its scarecrow making contest on their sprawling farm. This year, they wanted to bring a new and more terrifying experience. After much discussion, the family decided to use a nearby abandoned field as the new venue for the festival. However, the people in the area were not enthusiastic about the idea. That field, no one has been there for decades, warned a neighbor. The farmers who used to live there have disappeared without anyone knowing why. The Thompson family ignored the rumors. They believed that a little mystery would only add to the fun of the festival. The town couldn't resist the lure of the contest with its big prizes, and on Halloween night, dozens of people flocked to the moor. As the sun sets, the fields are slowly enveloped in darkness and mist. The festival goers eagerly erect scarecrows, each one bizarre and unique. Some wear pointed hats, others wear misshapen clown masks. Straw, rope, and rags are used to their full advantage. Helen, the Thompsons' youngest daughter, felt something was wrong with the field. The air felt heavy and damp, as if something invisible was pressing down on the air. She looked around at the scarecrows that had been erected everywhere and felt uneasy. They did not seem inanimate, but rather waiting for something. Helen tugged on her brother Tommy's arm. "This place is weird." "I don't feel right," Tommy laughed. "You're too scared." "It's Halloween. It's fun to be a little scary." Laughter and music filled the air, drowning out the uneasy feeling in the air. Attendees enjoyed the food, played games, and took pictures with the scarecrows they had created. The atmosphere gradually became lively, and even Helen began to relax a little. As darkness falls, strange things begin to happen. At first, it was only very small movements. A scarecrow arm moving slightly in the darkness. A straw head tilting slightly toward passers-by. Did anyone see that? Helen asked in panic as she saw a scarecrow spinning its head. Everyone laughed, thinking it was just a prank. One of the group even joked, maybe the kids hid the controller inside. But the small movements did not stop. Each scarecrow gradually stood up, abandoning the wooden sticks that supported them, as if they had regained their freedom. Helen looked around, horrified to see that the scarecrows were not only standing still, but were moving towards the crowd. A chill ran down her spine. "Tommy, look." Her brother turned back, also beginning to feel uneasy. The scarecrows moved with an initially unsteady gait, but their steps gradually became more agile and purposeful. The music suddenly stopped. People around began to realize that this was no joke. A man tried to get close to one of the scarecrows to pull it down, but as soon as he touched it, the scarecrow tightened its grip on his arm. He tried to pull away, but it wouldn't let go. Screams rang out from all around as the crowd realized they could not escape the scarecrows that surrounded them. The creatures made of straw and rags seemed to be controlled by some dark force. They were no longer harmless as they had been at first, but became violent, grabbing people one by one and dragging them to the ground. Helen was jostled by the crowd and fell into a pile of hay. She looked around, trying to find Tommy, but saw only shadows running in the darkness. She got up and ran toward the edge of the field, but scarecrows appeared from every direction, blocking her way. She hid behind a mound of earth, her heart pounding in her chest. Footsteps echoed everywhere. Helen gasped, trying to keep quiet, but a scarecrow spotted her. It approached slowly, its hollow eyes staring at her. Helen stepped back, but it quickly grabbed her wrist, pulling her toward it with terrible force. She struggled, kicking at it with all her might, but the scarecrow did not falter. Across the field, one by one, people were dragged down and disappeared into the darkness. Screams rang out and then died away. Leaving an eerie and eerie silence. Helen watched in horror, realizing that there was no escape for her. She tried to run to Tommy, but her brother was also struggling between the scarecrow's arms. "Helen, run!" he shouted, before being pulled down. Helen ran towards the edge of the field, hoping for a way out. But every time she thought she had made it, the scarecrows would appear from the darkness, surrounding her like demons. When dawn came, the fields were silent again, as if nothing had happened. The people were gone, and only new scarecrows stood here and there. But there was one difference. Their faces had changed. Each scarecrow bears the face of someone who was present at the festival contorted, desperate, as if trying to escape its imprisonment. The straw eyes are empty, but anyone who looks into them can feel the horror etched within them. Since that night, no one has dared to set foot in that abandoned field. People tell stories about the fateful Halloween festival, about scarecrows that awakened and transformed the participants into part of themselves. It is believed that every Halloween night, if you pass by that field, you can see the scarecrows moving slightly, as if they are waiting for the next person to walk in. And if you are not careful, you could become the new face in the field, forever trapped among the straw and hay, never to find your way back. The Abandoned House with Whispers. Charlie Hayes is no ordinary thief. Not only does he seek out valuables, he also enjoys the thrill of breaking into places others fear to set foot. Rumor has it that there is an abandoned house on the corner of Old San Antonio, a place no one dares to go because of the strange things that happen there. Charlie didn't hesitate. For him, it was just a new challenge and also a great opportunity to make money. On Halloween night, in the thick fog, he drove his old car to the house. The atmosphere was strangely quiet, as if the whole neighborhood had forgotten its existence. Charlie pushed open the rusted iron gate and stepped over the old porch. The house before him looked like it was rotting from the inside out. But to him, it was just a perfect shell for something still valuable. The wooden door creaked open as he used the crowbar to gently pry it open. There was no resistance, as if it were waiting for someone to enter. A musty, putrid smell filled his nostrils. The flashlight beam illuminated the faded walls, the warped picture frames hanging crookedly on the walls. There was no sign of life, but the house felt as if it were still breathing. As soon as he entered, the door behind him slammed shut. He spun around, grabbed the handle and twisted, but the door wouldn't budge. He cursed under his breath, but pushed his worries aside. This was just an abandoned house. He walked deeper inside, his shoes sinking lightly on the rotten floor. The flashlight shone on the mold-stained walls. The old grandfather clock was still there, but had long since stopped. He began to rummage through it, looking for anything he could take, but all he could find were broken or old things that were worthless. Then he heard something. At first, it was just a faint sound, like the wind filtering through cracks. But when he stopped to listen, the sounds turned into whispers, soft, incoherent, as if someone were talking right next to his ear. Charlie swung his flashlight around, but saw no one. The whispering continued, now near, now far, as if coming from all directions. He could hear men's voices, women's voices, even children's voices. The voices were indistinct, spliced together into fragments of conversation. He's here. Don't let him get away. He shouldn't be here. Charlie felt his heart stop for a moment. He shouted, "Who is it? Come out here." No one answered. Only the whispering, growing louder, echoed through the dark space. Charlie started walking faster, but the whispering continued, his every step accompanied by distant sounds. The light bulb on the ceiling, which should not have been working, suddenly flickered, emitting a pale yellow light as if the place was being manipulated by some force. In the flickering light, Charlie saw silhouettes lurking in the dark corners, figures standing still, but every time he turned to look, they disappeared as if they had never existed. He began to feel a cold breath on the back of his neck. Something or someone was following him. Every time he turned, all he saw was pitch blackness and faded walls. But the whispering never stopped. Don't let him escape. He belongs here. Charlie rushed to the front door, pounding on the doorknob with the crowbar, but it wouldn't budge. Panic began to rise in him. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. He turned to look for another way out, but every door and window he approached was locked. The flickering lights grew fainter, and the whispers were no longer distant whispers. They were whispers right in his ear, each word clear and malicious. He will never leave. The darkness thickened, like an invisible curtain covering the house, choking his every breath. His footsteps faltered down the endless hallway. Every time he passed a room, the lights would go out, leaving absolute darkness behind him. Something was following him, each step growing heavier, as if the house was swallowing him from within. Charlie collapsed against a small window. As he tried to open it to escape, an invisible hand clamped down on his shoulder, cold and heavy as chains. Giggles rang out around him, a distorted, creepy sound, as if the house were rejoicing that its prey had been trapped. Charlie didn't know how much time had passed. Maybe it had been hours, maybe all night. He could no longer tell reality from fantasy. The whispers continued to ring in his ears, unceasing. As the first light of dawn crept in through the cracks in the window, the whispers suddenly stopped. There was no sound but the gentle wind blowing through the branches outside. The front door swung open abruptly, as if it had never been locked. Charlie rushed outside, breathing in the fresh morning air like someone who had just escaped from a long nightmare. The house stood silently behind him, eerily silent, as if nothing had ever happened. But Charlie knew he hadn't really escaped. Even though he'd left the house, the whispers were still there, echoing in his mind every time he closed his eyes. And every night, as darkness fell, Charlie could feel the chill creeping into his room, and the whispering would return, whispering from afar, a reminder that he could never escape whatever had followed him. He knew that no matter how far he ran, whatever had awakened in that house would always find its way back. And the scariest thing? Next time, it wouldn't just whisper. Lisa has just moved into an old house in suburban Pennsylvania, isolated in a wooded area. The house was built in the 1920s and had been owned by several owners, all of whom moved out after a short time. When signing the lease, the landlord reminded her of something strange.
Do not open the basement door, no matter what happens.
He did not explain further, only saying that the plumbing system below had been broken for a long time. Lisa didn't care. She liked the idea of having a quiet place to live and enjoy her freedom after breaking up with her abusive boyfriend. However, she quickly realized that this house was not as peaceful as she thought. The first night, everything seemed normal. Lisa packed her things, cooked dinner, and enjoyed her privacy. However, around 2 a.m, she woke up to a strange noise. It was a rattling sound coming from the floor. It sounded like someone was dragging metal underneath. She listened for a moment, but the sound disappeared. Thinking it was just the sound of the old house, she tried to go back to sleep. However, the next morning, when she went down to the kitchen, she noticed that several items in the kitchen had been disturbed. The knife block on the counter had been moved, and a small knife was missing. A few days later, Lisa began to hear faint whispers coming from the basement. They weren't constant, but every night, as she was getting ready for bed, the sound would come back. "Lisa, come down here." The voice was weak and lingering, as if coming from a very far place. Lisa felt a chill down her spine, but tried to convince herself that it was just an illusion or the wind coming through the cracks in the door. However, the next night, the voice rang out again, this time clearer and almost pleading. "Lisa, open the door." She turned on the lights in the entire house, stood in front of the basement door, and stared at it. Her hand shook as she touched the doorknob. Suddenly, there was a click. Came from behind the door, as if someone was gently trying to turn the handle from the inside. Lisa ran into her bedroom, locked the door, and called the police. When the operator asked her what was going on, all she could say was, "There's someone in my basement. He knows my name." She heard a slow knocking sound from outside her bedroom, one beat at a time, cold and deliberate. The knocking seemed to signal that someone knew she was scared, desperate. The police arrived within 10 minutes. They searched the entire house but found no one. The basement door was locked from the outside, and there was no sign of forced entry. They reassured Lisa that she was probably just stressed and to call back if she heard anything else unusual. After the police left, Lisa decided to put a heavy chair against the basement door and tried to go back to sleep. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she heard a light tapping sound on the floor right under her bed. The next night, Lisa decided to place a chair right next to the basement door to listen better. Around midnight, the voice rang out again. "Lisa, come down here. Open the door." This time, It was no longer gentle, but urgent and angry, as if impatient. She gathered her courage, unlocked the basement door, and gingerly pushed it open. The dark staircase revealed itself before her. The smell of mold and rust hit her in the face, making her step back. Suddenly, from the darkness, a gray hand reached out and grabbed her leg. Lisa screamed, jerked her leg, and fell to the floor. She looked down and saw clearly a pale face and sunken eyes staring from the darkness below the stairs. "You opened the door," a hoarse voice said.
"I'll never let you go."
Lisa scrambled back and kicked the door, slamming it shut before anything could emerge. But before she could lock it, the door swung open again, a terrible force from inside shoving it open. She ran up to her bedroom, locked the door, and searched for her phone to call the police. But when she returned, she found the phone was gone, as if someone had taken it during her panic.
Oh, God!
Heavy footsteps began to echo from the stairs, each step making Lisa feel like she was about to stop breathing. She found a knife in the drawer, holding it to her chest with trembling hands. The bedroom door suddenly opened, and a tall figure with a blurry face stood in the doorway. "Time to come with us," it said, its voice trailing like its last breath. The police were called a second time by a neighbor who heard Lisa screaming. When they broke down the door, the house was empty. There was no sign of Lisa, no sign of forced entry, but the basement door was wide open. In the basement, they found a small tunnel leading all the way to the woods behind. Strangely, they discovered handprints on the wall, handprints that were not human, too long and with nails too sharp. Lisa was never found. Later, new tenants also reported hearing the whispering voice at night, but the voice no longer called Lisa's name. Now it called new names, the names of the new residents. The story of this house has become a local legend. Those who hear it shudder to know that whatever is in the basement never goes away. It just waits, calling out to the next person who dares to open the door. And if you hear a knock in the middle of the night, remember never to open the door, because once you do, you will never be able to escape. Jessica stood in front of the old wooden gate of her new house. The lush vines wrapped around the fence like a green curtain, creating a feeling of both mystery and peace. She looked up at the two-story house with discolored red bricks, the slanted porch as if it were bending down to welcome the new guest. The house is located at the end of a quiet street, far away from the noisy city, just as Jessica wanted, a place to start life over after unhappy events. From the very first night, Jessica realized something was wrong. As she lay in bed, just drifting off to sleep, she heard soft footsteps on the wooden floor. At first, she thought it might be the creaking of the old floor, but this sound was clearer than that. Slow footsteps, as if someone was walking down the hallway right in front of her door. Jessica held her breath, trying to listen. But when she opened the door and looked, the hallway was empty, only darkness covered. Jessica convinced herself that it was just an illusion because she was not used to her new house. But the strange events did not stop there. The lights in the house began to flicker every time she walked past. Sometimes she felt invisible eyes following her, sending a chill down her spine. Whenever she turned around, there was nothing but an empty room. As time went on, Jessica's unease grew. After a few days, she decided to explore the house more closely to find out if there was anything unusual. One afternoon, she accidentally discovered the door to the basement hidden behind the living room closet. The heavy wooden door squeaked as it opened. Revealing a staircase leading down. The dark space below emitted a chill that made Jessica shiver. But curiosity overcame her fear, and she slowly walked down. The weak flashlight illuminated every dark corner of the basement. The musty smell filled his nose, and the wind whistling through the broken glass made an eerie sound. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, Jessica discovered a small room tucked away in the darkest corner of the basement. The door to this room was locked, but the rusted lock was no longer strong enough to keep her out. After a few tries, the door opened with an eerie creak. Inside the room was a strange sight. Deep scratches were left on the wooden floor, as if something had tried to get out. Jessica felt a chill run down her spine as she saw the traces. There were several faded black and white photographs on the wall, taken years ago of the house. In the flickering light of the flashlight, Jessica could see the outlines of faces in the photos, faces that she knew, as if she had seen them somewhere before. That night, Jessica's sleep was disturbed by a nightmare. She dreamed that she was standing in the middle of a basement, surrounded by thick darkness. From within the darkness, a shadowy figure appeared. A tall black shadow with glowing eyes. It approached Jessica step by step, breathing heavily and smelling like a corpse. Jessica tried to run away, but her feet were frozen in place. Jessica woke up with a start, gasping for breath. The room was pitch black, and it was so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. Suddenly, a sound came from the basement. Slow, steady footsteps, as if someone was climbing the stairs. Jessica turned on the nightlight, but it didn't work. She shakily searched for the flashlight on the table, but as soon as she turned it on, she was startled to see a dark figure standing at the end of her bed. It had no face, just a dark shape with glowing red eyes staring at her. Jessica screamed and ran out of the room, but the shadow followed closely behind. She ran downstairs, hoping to escape the house. But when she got to the front door, she found it locked from the inside, and there was no way to open it. She panicked and ran to the window, but as soon as she touched it, a cold hand grabbed her shoulder from behind. Jessica's scream echoed in the dark night, then died away. The darkness swallowed her up, leaving the house in an eerie silence. The next morning, the house was as quiet as ever. The lights were on, the front door was unlocked, and everything was in order, as if no one had ever lived there. No one knew where Jessica had gone. Neighbors only discovered her absence when they found mail piled up outside their door, unclaimed. The police were called, but the investigation turned up no clues. Jessica had disappeared without a trace, just like the previous owners of the house. The rumors about the house down the street grew even more creepy, but no one knew for sure what had happened. The house still stands there, silent and dark, like a trap waiting for a new victim. The old curtains fluttered in the wind, and in the darkness of the basement, soft footsteps still echoed every night, the footsteps of trapped souls, never to escape. And then one day, the house was put up for sale again. A new buyer appeared, completely unaware of the horrors that had come before. The house continued its endless cycle, like a never-ending nightmare. The house at the end of the street waited, patient and silent, preparing to welcome its new owner. Amanda, a 27-year-old young woman, has just moved into a small ground-floor apartment in suburban Florida. After years of living in toxic and stressful relationships, she decided to start her life over in hopes of finding peace. It all started with something small. Amanda noticed some things in the house had been moved that she didn't remember touching. The TV remote she usually left on the table was on the sofa. The kitchen window was left ajar several times, though she was sure she closed it every night before going to bed. She convinced herself that it was just a bad memory or the new routine of being in a strange house that made her feel uneasy. But then the uncomfortable feelings began to become more and more evident. Every time Amanda came home from work, she felt as if someone had been in the apartment, as if the air around her still held the scent of a stranger. One night, while she was sleeping, she suddenly felt something strange. In the darkness, she had a clear feeling that someone was standing at the end of her bed, even though her eyes could not see anything. Amanda turned on the bedside lamp, but there was no one there. She told herself it was just a stress-induced hallucination and closed her eyes, forcing herself to sleep. But the feeling of being watched still haunted her, like an invisible shadow she couldn't escape. That night, after work, Amanda lay in bed reading as usual. The clock had already pointed to 1 a.m. and she was starting to feel tired. Just as she was closing the book, a cold feeling ran down her spine. She suddenly had a very clear feeling that someone was watching her, watching from a very close distance. She looked up and saw her bedroom door slowly opening, making a slight creaking sound. Though she clearly remembered closing it before, a sudden feeling of dread welled up inside her. The air in the room became heavy, and her breathing became more rapid. She lay still for a few seconds, listening to every little sound in the apartment, her heart pounding in her chest. After a few minutes of gathering her wits, Amanda tiptoed out of bed, her bare feet lightly touching the cold wooden floor. She slowly walked towards the slightly ajar door, trying to convince herself that it was either the wind or the door had just slid open on its old hinges. As she reached for the door, she was about to open it wider. A tall, dark figure suddenly appeared from behind the door, standing there silently as if it had been waiting for her for a long time. Its face was dark, empty, like an endless void. Amanda stared into those empty eyes, feeling like her soul was being sucked into an endless abyss. In panic, Amanda screamed and quickly slammed the door shut. She could hardly believe what had just happened. Her hands shaking, she quickly pulled a chair under the doorknob, jamming it in as if it were the only wall between her and the mysterious entity. Amanda gasped, her back against the door. She tried to control her panic. She could feel her heart pounding in her ears as if it were trying to break out of her chest. She quickly reached for the phone on the bed and shakily dialed 911. "Hello, there's someone in my house," she whispered into the phone, her voice choked with fear. "He's right outside my bedroom door. I don't know how he got in." The operator calmly instructed Amanda to stay safe and said the police were on their way. As she waited, Amanda pressed her ear to the door, trying to hear any movement outside. But there was an eerie silence. The silence was more terrifying than the noise. It was like something was waiting for her to make a mistake. "15 minutes later, the police arrived and knocked on Amanda's apartment door. She opened her bedroom door and ran out to meet them, pale and dazed. The two officers searched every corner of the apartment but found no signs of forced entry. The windows were locked, and there were no signs of forced entry. Everything looked normal except for one strange detail. On the carpet in front of Amanda's bedroom door, there were clearly printed wet footprints of an adult. The trail led from the living room to the bedroom door, but then disappeared completely. The police tried to reassure Amanda, saying it was probably a mistake or a nightmare. But Amanda knew exactly what she had seen. The shadow was no hallucination. It was there, right behind her door. After that night, Amanda didn't dare stay in the apartment another day. She packed her things and moved to a friend's house. For a week after the horrific event, she could still feel invisible eyes watching her, even when she was no longer in the apartment. Every night, when she closed her eyes, she still saw the image of that shadow's dark, empty face appear in her mind, as if it was reminding her that it had not left yet and was still waiting. Amanda never returned to the apartment. The landlord said that shortly after she moved out, other tenants reported bedroom doors opening in the middle of the night and a feeling of someone watching them from the shadows. The apartment eventually became vacant, abandoned, and rumors of a shadowy presence spread throughout the area. There was one thing Amanda always wondered. What was that shadow? And how did it get into her house? The answer would probably remain a mystery, just like the way that shadow still waits at night, behind the bedroom doors of those unlucky enough to enter that apartment. Jessica is an ambitious young woman who has just purchased an old house in the suburbs after getting a new job in a nearby city. She has always dreamed of having her own private place to escape the hustle and bustle of life, and this house at the end of a quiet suburban street seems to be the perfect choice. With a large yard and old trees surrounding it, the house offers a sense of peace and seclusion that is ideal for her. When Jessica moved in, neighbors warned her about the strange stories surrounding the house. They said that the previous owners, an elderly couple, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Everyone assumed that they had left the house abruptly, but stories of strange noises at night and shadowy figures in the house continued to circulate through the grapevine. Jessica, being the practical and skeptical person she is, paid little attention to these rumors. She believed them to be nothing more than the product of imagination and urban legends. The first day passed normally. Jessica quickly rearranged her belongings and felt satisfied with her new home. But the first night was completely different. That night, Jessica woke up around 2 a.m. to a strange noise. At first, she thought it was just the creaking of the old house, but this sound was different from the usual noise. It was the sound of light footsteps on the wooden floor, coming from the hallway right outside her bedroom. Jessica sat up, feeling a chill down her spine. She listened, but the footsteps stopped, leaving absolute silence. She convinced herself that she was probably imagining things, the stress of moving. But as she lay back down, the footsteps came again, clearer this time, as if someone was moving very slowly right outside her bedroom door. Panic rose, but Jessica decided to face her fear. She got out of bed, grabbed the baseball bat she kept near the door, and opened the bedroom door. The hallway was empty. No one was there. But the feeling of unease was still there, the air cold as if someone had just walked through. Jessica is an ambitious young woman who has just purchased an old house in the suburbs after getting a new job in a nearby city. She has always dreamed of having her own private place to escape the hustle and bustle of life, and this house at the end of a quiet suburban street seems to be the perfect choice. With a large yard and old trees surrounding it, the house offers a sense of peace and seclusion that is ideal for her. That night, Jessica couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she felt like someone was staring at her from the darkness. The next day, Jessica tried to forget the strange events and continued with her work, but the strange events did not stop. In the evening, while she was cleaning the house, suddenly the light in the living room flickered, then went out. In the darkness, she heard a faint whisper from behind, as if someone was standing very close and whispering in her ear. Jessica turned around, but the living room was completely empty. She quickly turned the lights back on, but the cold and tense feeling did not go away. The second night, the footsteps returned, this time more frequent. Jessica woke up in the middle of the night again, but this time, the noise wasn't limited to the hallway. She heard creaking coming from under the floorboards, as if someone was moving around in the basement. She couldn't remember ever going down to the basement since she moved in, and now the thought of it made her shiver. The unsettling feeling couldn't be ignored any longer, so Jessica decided to check the basement the next day, no matter how scared she was. The next morning, after mustering up her courage, Jessica went down to the basement. The basement lights were dim, flickering as she walked. The air was thick, damp, and stuffy, as if the place had been long forgotten. As the dim light shone into a hidden corner, Jessica noticed a small wooden door she had never seen before, hidden behind an old bookshelf. Her heart pounded as she approached. Her hand shook as she touched the doorknob. The heavy wooden door creaked as she opened it. Inside was a small room, empty except for a single wooden chair in the middle of the room. What was even stranger were the long, deep scratches on the floor, as if someone or something had tried to get out of this room. Jessica couldn't help but feel the dreaded startup. She slammed the door shut and ran upstairs. In her mind, she decided to sell this house as soon as possible. But before she could call the real estate agent, terrible events happened that night. As night fell, Jessica sat in the living room, trying to calm herself down. Suddenly, the front door of the house opened by itself with a slow creak. No one was there. She stood up, slowly approaching to close the door, but as she touched the doorknob, a cold wind blew past. carrying with it the feeling of an invisible entity passing through her. She turned and saw the light in the living room flicker, just like the night before. Then it went out, leaving her in complete darkness. But this time, it wasn't just darkness and silence. She heard footsteps approaching her, clear and creepy. They weren't coming from the basement anymore. They were right in the living room, just a few feet away. She turned and saw the light in the living room flicker, just like the night before. Then it went out, leaving her in complete darkness. But this time, it wasn't just darkness and silence. She heard approaching her, clear and creepy. They weren't coming from the basement anymore. They were right in the living room, just a few feet away. The shadow was not human, but an entity from the house's past. She realized that this was the reason the previous couple had disappeared. She could not escape. Jessica tried to scream one last time, but the sound was stuck in her throat. The next morning, the neighbor found the front door of the house wide open, but Jessica was nowhere to be seen. The house was empty, with only a cold feeling and a baseball bat lying on the floor as the only sign of a desperate struggle. Jessica is gone, like her previous owners. The house at the end of the street is once again deserted, waiting for the next victim to cross the threshold and fall into the vortex of unexplained mysteries. Emily moved into her small apartment just a few weeks ago. It's the perfect space for someone living alone, quiet, cozy, and well-equipped. She felt proud that she had finally escaped from living with her friends, and now she could enjoy her privacy. Every day after work, she enjoyed spending time cleaning and rearranging her room to her liking, decorating it with small potted plants on the windowsill and her favorite paintings hanging on the walls. However, every night since moving in, Emily has had an uneasy feeling that she can't explain. Although the apartment is always clean, airy, and filled with natural light during the day, when night falls, the space seems to transform into another entity. Sometimes she felt like there were eyes watching her from somewhere. Even though she told herself it was just a natural feeling of anxiety when living alone, Emily couldn't completely dispel that unease. On a cold, rainy night, after watching the horror movie, she blamed herself for choosing this genre to watch before going to bed. The movie was so haunting, full of creepy images and sudden noises that startled her. Emily quickly turned off the living room lights and returned to the bedroom, trying to quickly forget that creepy feeling. But as she lay down on the bed, turned off the lights, and pulled the covers over her, the strange feeling came over her again. A cold air seemed to be creeping up from under the bed to her feet. At first, she thought she was just haunted by the movie she had just watched. But as she closed her eyes and prepared to fall asleep, a soft sound rang out like a soft breath, but very clear. Her heart began to beat faster. Her mind became clear. She lay still, trying to listen more carefully. The breathing never stopped. It was steady and rhythmic, like the breathing of someone under her bed. Fear began to creep in, taking over Emily's entire body. She didn't dare move, afraid that if she moved, whatever was under the bed would realize she was awake. She had heard plenty of ghost stories from her friends, but she had never believed in the supernatural. But this moment was different. The breathing was too real. She wondered if someone was breaking into her apartment. Her heart pounding in her chest, Emily decided to face her fear. If there was someone under the bed, she had to do something. While mustering up all the courage to look under the bed, a soft voice suddenly rang out from below. "I've been here since you came in." Emily screamed in panic and rushed out of bed. Without bothering to put on her shoes or coat, she ran like crazy outside. She slammed the apartment door behind her. It was a drizzly night, and the streets were eerily quiet. Standing in the hallway, she gasped for breath and shivered. She couldn't believe what she just heard. Heart still pounding, Emily grabbed her phone from her coat pocket to call her best friend, only to realize that her phone's battery was dead. In her panic, she blamed herself for not charging it before going to bed. What should she do now? Her apartment was in an old apartment building, and at this hour, everyone was asleep. There was no one she could turn to for help. She couldn't stand out in the rain all night. After a moment of deliberation, Emily decided that she needed to go back to the apartment to get some things and charge her phone. She tried to convince herself that it was probably all just her imagination. After watching horror movies, she tiptoed open the door and stepped into the dark apartment. So quiet, she could hear her own heartbeat. Everything looked normal. The bed was still there, the windows were closed, there was no sign of any strangers. Emily walked softly towards the bed where she had heard breathing and voices. She stood a foot away from the bed, then took a deep breath, deciding to bend down and look under the bed. Darkness filled the air below, nothing but a dark void. No one there. A fleeting feeling of relief. She smiled to herself, mocking her irrational fear. She turned on the bedroom light and checked again. It was all empty. But as soon as she turned back, her eyes stopped at the mirror on the wall next to the bed. A line of black ink, scrawled across it, appeared as if it had just been written. "I will return when you are asleep." Emily couldn't believe her eyes. She took a few steps back, her whole body shaking. The cold, threatening words were clearly visible in the bedroom light. Her hands shook as she reached for her phone, but it remained off. Unable to bear it another moment, Emily rushed out of the apartment once more, but this time not with fear, but with despair. She ran straight to her best friend Jen's house, not far away. Jen opened the door, looking sleepy and worried to see Emily standing there, pale and shaking. Emily told her story in a jumbled manner, her voice hoarse with fear. Jen didn't quite believe what Emily said, but seeing the panic in her friend's eyes, she decided to stay with Emily for the rest of the night. The next day, after regaining some composure, the two returned to the apartment. Jeanne believed that Emily had been haunted by the horror movie and that her imagination had created the terrifying story. But when they entered the bedroom, the words on the mirror were still there, as clear as if they had just been written. Jeanne stood there, stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. None of them could explain what had happened. Emily couldn't take it anymore. She decided to move out immediately. This apartment, small and cozy as it was, had become a living nightmare. She hired a moving company to pack her things, but before leaving, she stopped in front of the apartment door and looked back one last time. And in that moment, she saw a shadowy figure, vaguely, looming through the window, standing beside the bed. The shadow leaned down as if staring at her. Frightened, Emily quickly closed the door and left forever, leaving behind the apartment with its unsolved mysteries. In the end, Emily never returned to that apartment again. Although the story of the shadow under the bed became a distant memory, the haunting and fear followed her throughout her life. She never knew what was really under the bed that night, and she didn't want to know. But one thing was certain: no matter where she was, she would never look under the bed again. Emily has just moved to an old house in the suburbs, which is quiet and away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The house seemed perfect to her: cheap rent, safe area, and fresh air. The previous owner had left behind a few pieces of furniture, and one of them was a large antique mirror that was placed right in the bedroom. The mirror had an elaborately carved wooden frame, but over time, the paint had peeled off. Looking at it, Emily felt a little uneasy. But she just thought it was a unique antique and left the mirror in the corner of the room, telling herself she would explore it later. The first night, Emily quickly fell into a deep sleep after a long day of cleaning. But in the middle of the night, she suddenly woke up. A cold and ominous feeling filled the room, as if something was wrong. She looked around, and when her eyes stopped at the mirror, she noticed a strange light flashing from within it. Confused, Emily rubbed her eyes and looked closer. The light flashed again, this time clearer. She slowly approached the mirror, trying to figure out what was going on. The mirror had always reflected her room, but now the image in the mirror seemed different. Instead of reflecting the room exactly, it reflected a different space, a dark, cold room with gloomy black walls and no furniture. Emily panicked and stepped back. She took a deep breath, reassuring herself that this was just her hallucination. But the light flickered again, stronger than before, pulling her back to the image in the mirror. A dark figure loomed in the distance, slowly moving toward her in the reflection. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She turned her head to look behind her, but her room was still empty. Turning back to look at the mirror, the shadow became clearer, as if it was gradually stepping out of the darkness, approaching the edge of the mirror frame. Emily panicked. She quickly grabbed the cloth to cover the mirror, but her hands shook and the cloth fell to the floor. She bent down to pick it up, but when she looked up, the mirror had changed. The shadow in the mirror had now transformed into a human figure. It was a woman with a blurry face, but her eyes were red like fire, staring at Emily from the other side. Her gaze was blank, lifeless, yet haunting, as if peering into Emily's mind. The sudden knock on the door made Emily jump. She rushed out of the room and ran downstairs to find someone, but the house was completely silent. Her heart was pounding. She tried to breathe to calm down. When she returned to the room, the mirror was back to normal. No more strange lights or strange images. In the following days, Emily felt uneasy every time she entered her bedroom. She began to have strange dreams about the mirror. In her dream, she found herself standing in front of the mirror, staring at her reflection, but she couldn't move. Every time she tried to run, her feet were pinned to the ground. And then the woman with the red eyes appeared again, dragging Emily into the darkness. Another night, as she was trying to fall asleep, Emily heard soft laughter from the corner of her room. She opened her eyes, her whole body stiff. The sound was unclear, but it seemed to come from the mirror. The flashing light appeared again, stronger this time, as if the mirror wanted to attract her attention. She couldn't stand it anymore. Emily decided to cover the mirror forever. She quickly took a large piece of cloth and covered the entire mirror. But as soon as she covered it, a terrifying roar came from inside the mirror, causing the cloth to tear and fall to the floor. The mirror began to shake violently. The reflective surface began to swirl like a door to another world. Emily tried to run out of the room, but the door was locked. She pounded on the door, screaming. But no one heard. When she turned, she saw that the woman in the mirror had stepped out of the mirror room. Her hand was reaching out from the glass, her cold fingers clinging to the frame. Her face gradually became clearer, pale, horrible, with dry, cracked lips as if she had been dead for a long time. Emily screamed in panic. The woman pulled her entire body out of the mirror and hovered in front of Emily. The creepy laughter rang out again, not from behind her anymore, but right in her head. She felt a chill run down her spine as the woman's red eyes stared straight into hers. The room went dark, and Emily felt like she was being pulled into an endless space. She tried to run, but her legs felt heavy, as if the space was holding her back. The walls around her began to close in, the darkness growing thicker. In desperation, she turned around and saw the woman approaching. Her hand raised, her long, sharp fingers ready to touch her neck. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Mike lives in an old apartment complex in downtown New York, where most of the apartments are run down, but for the affordable rent, he couldn't ask for more. The complex dates back to the 1950s and is known for its old, broken plumbing. The bathroom was at the end of the hallway, a common room shared by 4 apartments on the same floor, and was generally avoided at night due to the cold, damp atmosphere. Mike wasn't superstitious, but he couldn't deny the strange feeling this bathroom gave him every time he entered it. Late one night, after working late, Mike was lying in bed getting ready for bed when he heard the sound of dripping water in the distance. At first, he thought it was just the familiar sound of an old plumbing system. But the sound of water continued and seemed to get louder. Feeling uneasy, Mike sat up and went outside to investigate. Mike's apartment wasn't very big, and the hallway leading to the bathroom wasn't long, but as he walked step by step in the dark, he somehow felt like the path seemed to lengthen, as if there was something strange. The light from the hallway flickered, sometimes only bright enough to see a few steps ahead. As he approached the bathroom, Mike realized that the sound of running water was no longer just a trickle, but had now become a continuous stream from the faucet. His unease grew, but he still tried to stay calm and opened the bathroom door. The dim yellow light from the ceiling illuminated a strange scene. The sink faucet was running, water splashing everywhere. Mike sighed, thinking someone had forgotten to turn it off, and went to turn it off. When he touched the handle, the water stopped immediately. Mike glanced around. Everything was normal, or at least he tried to convince himself that it was. He turned and walked out. However, just after leaving a few steps, the sound of water rang out again, this time louder than before. Mike stopped, his heart pounding. No way, he told himself, then turned back to look at the bathroom. The water started running again, not just from the sink, but from the toilet and the pipes in the ceiling as well. The water poured down onto the floor, seemingly without stopping, and the floor began to flood. Mike was afraid that the apartment would flood if he left it like that, so he quickly went to turn the faucet off again. But this time, when he touched the handle, the water didn't stop. Everything seemed surreal. Mike began to panic. He yanked on the faucet handle, trying to stop the flow, but it was no use. The water kept pouring out, flooding the floor, reaching his ankles. His anxiety began to turn to fear. Mike backed away, but as he was about to leave the room, the door slammed shut with such force that the entire room shook. The sound made him jump, his heart pounding. Mike panicked, trying to pull the door open, but it wouldn't budge. It felt like someone or something was holding the door shut from the outside. He started banging on the door, screaming, but no one answered.
Help me!
The water continued to rise, now up to his knees, cold and strangely thick. In his panic, Mike heard a chuckle coming from behind him. The laughter was soft, eerie, and seemed to echo from every corner of the room. He turned around, the flashlight on his phone shining through every corner of the small bathroom, but saw no one. Not a soul, no sign of life, just the sound of rushing water and creepy laughter, as if someone was standing right next to him, teasing him. Mike started to panic in earnest. He searched for any way out, but the water had risen dangerously high, waist-deep, and showed no signs of stopping. The room was freezing, and a suffocating feeling was enveloping him. With nothing left to lose, Mike shouted loudly, asking the invisible man to stop. But in response, he was only met with laughter that gradually faded away, leaving behind an eerie silence.
Help me!
He sensed something was wrong, something beyond imagination was happening. Mike turned and looked into the mirror, hoping to find some semblance of calm in himself. But instead of his own face, he saw a shadowy figure behind him. It was the image of a tall, thin man with deep black eyes, staring at him with a ghostly smile. The man stood silently in the middle of the water, seemingly unaffected by the flood. Panicked, Mike turned to face behind him, but there was no one. The room was empty, only the water rising little by little. But when he turned back to the mirror, the figure was still there, his eyes boring into Mike as if inviting him into another world, where life did not exist. Mike felt his blood freeze, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He struggled with the door again, trying to pull it open, but the door still wouldn't budge. The laughter rang out again, closer this time, echoing from every corner of the room, driving Mike almost crazy. Then, suddenly, the water stopped. The room became strangely quiet. The door, which had been impossible to open, opened with a soft creak. Mike rushed out, soaked, his heart pounding. He looked back and realized that the water in the bathroom had disappeared without a trace. The room was dry and normal, as if nothing had happened. But Mike knew what he had just experienced was real. He couldn't explain it, and he didn't dare go back to that room. When telling the story to his neighbors, an elderly man said that many years ago, a man had drowned in this very bathroom, and since then, many people have heard the sound of running water at night, a sound that never stops. For Mike, this ghost story is not just a rumor. It is a terrifying reality that he will never forget. Julie, a single mother living with her young daughter Lily, decided to buy an old house in a small town in Pennsylvania. Hoping to start a new life after her divorce, Julie was delighted to find an affordable house. Although the house was old and in need of repair, it was located in a quiet area surrounded by lush green forest. It was the perfect start to a new life for the mother and daughter. As soon as she moved in, Julie noticed something strange about the house. The bathroom was located downstairs, near the living room, which always gave off a cold and gloomy feeling. At first, she thought it was just because the house was old and lacked natural light. But the heavy feeling in that small room never went away. Every time Julie passed the bathroom door, she always felt like someone was standing on the other side of the door, staring at her, even though there was no one else in the house except the two of them. That evening, after a long day of cleaning and organizing, Julie felt exhausted. She put her daughter to bed early and then went back to the living room to watch TV and relax a bit. As the clock approached midnight, Julie decided to go to bed. She got up to turn off the light, but just then, she heard a slight creaking sound coming from the bathroom. The old wooden door of the bathroom slowly opened, and there was no one inside. Julie shivered. She had made sure she had closed the door after using it that afternoon. Trying to convince herself that it was just the wind blowing, she walked over to close the door and returned to her room. But after only a few steps, she heard the door slowly open again. This time, clearer, slower, as if someone was deliberately pushing it open from the inside. Julie spun around. She rushed to the door, slammed it shut firmly, and made sure there was no wind blowing through the house that could push the door open. Relieved, she went back to bed. However, not long after lying down, a noise woke Julie up. This time it was the sound of a wooden door slamming loudly. Julie jumped up, her heart pounding. The noise was coming from the bathroom. She turned on the nightlight and listened. The door was once again open, but this time it was no longer silent, but it made strange echoing sounds as if someone was pulling and pushing hard from inside. Julie was scared, but decided to check. She grabbed her flashlight and walked slowly down the stairs, her whole body shaking. When she got to the bathroom door, she saw that it was wide open, like a ghostly invitation. Julie turned on her flashlight and shined it into the bathroom, but saw no one. She went inside to check again. Inside was still a simple bathroom with a sink, toilet, and a small old mirror, all silent. But that strange feeling still did not go away. As she was about to leave the room, she heard a whisper from somewhere. "Don't open." The voice was faint, but clear. Julie froze. The whisper came again, closer, clearer, as if it were coming from the bathroom door she had just closed. She couldn't make sense of the sound. A cold feeling enveloped her, rendering her unable to move. Julie panicked, running towards the stairs to run back to her bedroom. But when she turned back, the door was slowly opening again, the creaking sound lingering in the darkness. She looked inside, and this time, in the dim light, she clearly saw a pale hand grasping the door from the inside, pulling it open. The water continued to rise, now up to his knees, cold and strangely thick. She raced up the stairs, feeling as if someone or something was following her. When she reached her bedroom and closed the door, she shivered in the corner, trying to steady her breathing and calm herself. She told herself it was just a hallucination caused by fatigue and stress. But deep down, Julie knew that something was wrong with this house. The next day, Julie decided to call a locksmith to check the bathroom door. The locksmith was a middle-aged man with a tough appearance who had been in the business for many years. After a thorough inspection, he said that there was nothing wrong with the door. But when Julie told him what happened last night, his eyes became serious. "This house has a rather dark history," the locksmith said, his voice low. "A family lived here many years ago. They had a son named David, and one day he suddenly disappeared. No one knows what happened, but ever since then, people have been hearing strange noises coming from the bathroom." Julie was silent, trying to absorb the locksmith's words. She didn't know how to react. Then he continued, "Many people who lived here have seen the bathroom door open by itself at night. Some have even heard whispering. Rumor has it that it was David's spirit trying to communicate from the other side." Julie felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't believe in ghost stories, But what had happened was too real to ignore. As soon as the locksmith left, Julie decided to talk to her neighbors to find out more. An old woman who lived nearby, listening to Julie's story, quietly shook her head. "My son used to play with David," she said. "He was a gentle boy, but one day he disappeared without a trace. People said he got stuck in that toilet. And since then, no one has dared to stay in this house for long." The old woman also said that many people had tried to sell the house before, but no one dared to buy it. Julie began to regret moving to this place. She could not live in a house haunted by the spirit of a missing child. That night, Julie decided to try something different. She got her daughter ready for bed and stood guard by the bathroom door herself. Every time the door tried to open, she gently closed it and said, "David, if you're here, I'm sorry for what happened to you. You don't have to be stuck here anymore. Go in peace." Samantha was a senior at a small suburban college. Final exams were coming up, and to escape the noise of her dormitory, she often went to the nearby public library to study. The library was housed in an old building from the 1930s. The atmosphere was quiet, the space spacious, but it had a gloomy, eerie air when night fell. The library was not without its spooky rumors. Some students reported hearing footsteps echoing down the deserted hallways, or unexplained whispers coming from the old bookshelves. Samantha, however, paid little attention to them. She did not believe in ghosts and dismissed them as the imaginations of the faint-hearted. Late one weekend evening, Samantha went to the library to finish her homework. Since it was a holiday, the library was almost empty, save for her and a few others studying in silence. The sense of peace seemed to pervade everything, making it easy for Samantha to concentrate. Around 11 p.m., feeling tired and in need of a break, Samantha decided to go to the bathroom. The library bathroom was in the basement, where few people went, and she had to go down a narrow, spiraling staircase. Each step she took echoed off the stone walls, the sound of loneliness becoming more pronounced. As she entered the bathroom, Samantha felt a cold, damp atmosphere, making her shiver slightly. The bathroom was old with 4 closed stalls, a sink, and a large mirror hanging right above the sink. Samantha stood in front of the mirror to wash her face, regaining her composure before continuing her studies. As she washed her hands and looked in the mirror, a strange feeling began to take over. She felt like someone was watching her, but when she turned around, the bathroom was completely empty. She tried to convince herself that it was just fatigue. The dim fluorescent light made everything seem colder, but it was nothing to worry about. Samantha wiped her face and turned to look in the mirror again. Suddenly, she saw a shadowy figure behind her. It wasn't clear, just a blurry shape with long hair that fell down to cover her face. Samantha's heart pounded, and she spun around, but there was nothing behind her. The bathroom was still empty. Her breathing became labored, but she tried to convince herself that it was just a tired illusion. She glanced back at the mirror, and the figure was gone. Samantha shook her head, laughing at herself for her irrational panic, then left the bathroom and returned to the study area. Still, she had a nagging feeling of unease. Every time she bent over to read for the rest of the evening, she felt as if something was wrong, as if someone was watching her from afar. She tried to ignore it and focus on her homework, but the nagging fear wouldn't go away. Near midnight, the library began to announce that it was closing time. Samantha packed up her books, but before she left, she felt the need to use the bathroom again. She didn't want to go back to the basement bathroom, but everything was deserted and she didn't want to go too far. As she walked down the stairs again, the chills came back. The bathroom seemed even darker than before. Samantha took a deep breath, trying to get her work done quickly and leave. She went straight into the bathroom and closed the door, but the feeling that something was wrong kept growing inside her. The slight whistling of the wind from the small window startled Samantha. As she stepped out of the room and stood before the sink, her attention was drawn to the mirror once more. The figure she had seen before was there again, clearer than ever, standing right behind her. But this time, it was not just a shadow. It was the image of a woman with long hair that covered her face. The woman was pale, exuding a chill that went to the bone. Samantha froze. She didn't dare turn around, just stood there staring at the mirror, her body stiff. The woman in the mirror began to approach her, slowly, her thin, pale hand reaching out as if to touch her shoulder. At this point, Samantha screamed and ran out of the bathroom. She ran up the stairs, her heart pounding, and never looked back. When she reached the library door, she felt like she had escaped the horror. But the image of the woman in the mirror haunted her every second. The next day, Samantha told the story to her friends and the library staff, but no one believed her. They thought she was too stressed out from her studies and had an overactive imagination. However, an older staff member who had worked at the library for many years looked at her strangely and pulled her aside. "You're not the first person to see her," she whispered. "Years ago, a girl committed suicide in that bathroom. Since then, several students have said they've seen her reflection in the mirror." Samantha's heart was pounding. She didn't want to believe it, but it was all too real. The clerk continued, "They say she never leaves the mirror. Every night, she stays there, waiting for someone to come in and see her." From that night on, Samantha never returned to the library late again, and she always stayed away from the mirror in the basement bathroom. But what she saw that night still haunted her mind, and sometimes, in her dreams, she still saw that woman, with cold hands reaching out from the mirror, as if to drag her into the darkness forever. The story of the mirror in the public restroom became a terrifying memory that Samantha could never forget. Whenever she entered an empty restroom, she always told herself that she would never look in the mirror for too long, because she didn't know if she would see something else lurking there. If you find the story interesting, please like and subscribe to wait for the next story. True Home Alone horror stories. The Thief and Eternal Imprisonment. Tom Briggs, a veteran thief, never believed in ghost stories or curses. To him, everything has a price and nothing is unstealable. He is confident in his skills, seeing abandoned mansions and antiques as easy targets. That night, Tom entered an old villa at the end of a suburban neighborhood. The house looked dilapidated and had been abandoned for years, but there was rumor of an ancient wooden box inside, which was said to be priceless on the black market. No guards, no security system. Just take the box and disappear. Easy job. Tom Briggs approached the old house with a light but confident step. The night sky was pitch black, the moon hidden by clouds, and only the wind whistling through the bare trees created a chilly atmosphere. The rusty iron gate creaked as he pushed gently. He didn't care about the creepy look of the house to Tom. It was all just something that got in the way of his treasure. After a closer look, Tom realized that the main door was broken. The lock was rotten, and with just one push, the door swung open with a dry creak. The air inside the house was cold and heavy, as if the house had been forgotten for centuries. Tom shined his flashlight, the light sweeping across peeling walls and dusty furniture. It was a completely normal room until he saw the ancient wooden box in the middle of the living room. The box stood out from everything else in the house. Its wood was dark brown, shiny, and unmarked by time. No lock, no hinges, just a square box, waiting to be opened. Tom smirked, thinking, the rumors are true, but it doesn't seem so scary. Little did he know that the next moment would change his life forever. No lock, no hinges, just a square box, waiting to be opened. Tom smirked, thinking, the rumors are true, but it doesn't seem so scary. Little did he know that the next moment would change his life forever. Tom picked up the box, realizing it was much heavier than it looked. However, that did not discourage him. He gently pried the lid open, and a soft click sounded. The box opened easily, as if it had been waiting for someone to open it for centuries. Inside was a silver grandfather clock, gleaming under the flashlight. The hands were stopped at an odd position, 12 o'clock sharp, and not moving at all. Along with the watch, there was also an old piece of paper written in scribbled handwriting. Time is the only thing that cannot be stolen. Whoever touches this box will suffer eternal punishment. Tom sneered. Just some cheap scare. He did not believe in curses. To him, time was just a concept, and this watch would help him earn a fortune. But as soon as Tom closed the lid of the box, the clock began to tick. The ticking sound was deafening in the silence. Before Tom could react, he felt everything around him spin. Tom blinked, but when he opened his eyes, the scenery around him had completely changed. The old house was now clean, bright, and tidy. The walls were decorated with classical paintings, and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling gave off a warm light. Tom looked around, startled to find that the wooden box and the clock were gone. He ran to the door, but it was locked now. The windows were made of thick glass, impossible to break through. He called out, "Is anyone there?" But only his own echo answered. Time passed, or so Tom thought. He tried everything to escape, but the doors and windows seemed to be sealed by some invisible force. Tom felt as if he were trapped in some strange trap, unable to escape no matter what he did. Every time he sat down to rest, the ticking clock rang in his head again, a reminder that he was imprisoned by the very time he once despised. Tom had no idea how much time had passed, and the concepts of day and night were becoming blurred. He felt no hunger, no thirst, no fatigue, but his mind was becoming more and more confused. The ticking of the clock haunted him constantly, as if it was etched into his every thought. He began to hear whispers echoing through the house. At first, they were just small noises like the wind blowing through a crack in the door. But then the whispers became clearer, repeating the same phrase over and over again. Time is the enemy of the greedy. Tom tried to cover his ears, but it was no use. The voice was not coming from outside, but from within his own mind. One day, or at least Tom thought it was one day, he saw a figure appear in the house. It was a tall, thin man, wearing a black cloak, his face as hazy as smoke. The man said nothing, just looked at Tom with lifeless eyes. Tom shouted, "Who are you? Let me go." The man smiled, a cold and unfamiliar smile. "You stole the time capsule, and now you must pay. This is eternal imprisonment from which no thief can escape." Tom tried to lunge forward, but his body wouldn't move. It was as if time had stopped, trapping him in an endless moment. Days later, Tom realizes the terrible truth. He is trapped in an endless time loop. Every time he tries to escape or do something else, time will return to the moment he opened the box. Everything repeats endlessly, with no way out. Every time the loop starts again, the mysterious man appears and reminds him, time cannot be stolen, and those who dare will live in eternal imprisonment. Tom gradually lost his sense of self. No longer knowing what was real and what was imaginary, he only knew that he would be stuck in this house forever, with the box and the never-ending ticking clock. Tom Briggs, a veteran thief who once did not believe in curses or supernatural forces, eventually fell victim to time. Forever trapped in a loop of regret and despair, with the clock ticking like a never-ending sentence. And the old house still stands there, like a trap waiting for the next curious person. It is rumored that whenever someone enters, they will hear the ghostly laughter of a thief trapped in eternal time. But no one dares stay long enough to verify. Black Shadow in the inventory. Jack Morgan, a hard-working mechanic in a small Oregon town, never paid much attention to Halloween. To him, it was just another day at work. While the town bustles with costumes, jack-o'-lanterns, and children's laughter, Jack is busy on his night shift. His job was simple: repair some equipment in the workshop and check the backup generator. The wind blew harder than usual, carrying with it a biting cold and the rustling of dry leaves. Jack's workshop was far from the center of town, hidden down a deserted road. Darkness covered the entire yard, with only a faint light from a single bulb on the electric pole. In that gloomy atmosphere, Jack received a text message from the manager. Check the backup generator before leaving the factory. Feeling a little dissatisfied, Jack frowned. He knew he had to go to the storage room, a task he hated the most since meeting that strange shadow. But he had no other choice. Around midnight, Jack walked out into the yard, flashlight in hand and the barn key. The night was strangely silent, without the usual laughter or children's footsteps. The houses near the factory had turned off their lights, leaving the scene deserted and eerie. The familiar feeling came back, cold and uneasy, as if someone was waiting for him in the darkness. He shook his hand as he unlocked the door, and the warehouse door let out a long, mournful creak. Inside the warehouse, it was dark and damp, the air thick with stench. He turned on the overhead light. The dim light flickered a few times before coming back on completely. But as soon as he looked towards the end of the warehouse, his heart sank. The familiar shadow appeared again, this time clearer and more terrifying than before. The figure stood motionless in the corner, tall and indistinct as if it were made of darkness itself. Jack's heart pounded. He quickly turned on the flashlight, but the small light could not dispel the dense darkness. Suddenly, the ceiling light went out, leaving him in absolute darkness. In the darkness, Jack heard a soft whisper, as if someone were talking right next to his ear. "Gone, gone, but I'm still here." The voice was deep and cold, sending goosebumps up his spine. Jack tried to suppress his fear, but his legs felt frozen in place. The sound of metal clanging against metal came from behind, as if something was moving in the darkness. Jack groped for the exit, but the door was locked from the outside. He pounded on it, the sound echoing eerily. The feeling of being trapped and hunted almost made him panic. As Jack struggled desperately, a cold air blew past him. The dark figure from the corner of the warehouse began to move, each step seeming to melt into the darkness around him. Jack tried to scream, but his throat was choked, unable to make a sound. Just as he thought the shadow was about to reach him, the ceiling light suddenly turned back on. The light dispelled the shadow, but the creepy feeling remained. Jack gasped, trying to regain his composure. He found the emergency key on the wall and opened the door. As he rushed out, Jack fell to his knees on the cold ground, his heart still pounding. Mike, Jack's colleague, has just arrived. Seeing Jack lying there panting, he quickly helped his friend up. "What are you doing that makes you look like you just saw a ghost?" Mike asked, half joking. Jack looked into his friend's eyes and told him everything. Mike frowned. "Do you know what happened here?" he asked, his face serious. Mike said that many years ago, there was a serious accident at this factory. The warehouse door was suddenly slammed shut, and no one knew why it was locked from the outside. Howard was trapped all night, and when he was found the next morning, he was no longer breathing. From then on, rumors of Howard's ghost began to spread. "Maybe you've seen Howard," Mike joked, but his eyes were slightly worried. After Mike's story, Jack felt a chill down his spine. He reported the incident to his manager and quit his job immediately. He didn't want to face that shadow again. But it didn't stop there. Even though he had moved to a new job, Jack still felt like something was watching him. Every time he walked through dark rooms or passed by a deserted warehouse, he would involuntarily turn his head to look back, afraid that he would see the shadow of Howard Blake, the dark shadow in the warehouse that day. And Jack knew that no matter how far he ran, that darkness would always follow closely behind. One day, it would come back, waiting for the right moment to find him again. Knocking from inside the locked warehouse. Tom Pearson hates Halloween. He hates the noise, the ridiculous costumes, and the constant interruptions when kids knock on his door asking for candy. So on Halloween, he chose to stay home alone and ignore the hustle and bustle outside. His house was on the edge of town, secluded and quiet, where few people came. After dinner, Tom sat on the sofa, his book open but his mind elsewhere. Through the living room window, he could see the old barn in the corner of the backyard. The warehouse door had been locked for a long time, never opened. It was something that Tom had not bothered about until tonight. At 11 o'clock at night, in the quiet atmosphere, Tom heard a knock coming from the warehouse. He frowned. Who would be knocking on the barn this late at night? It must be some kind of prank. Tom stood up and walked to the window, looking out into the backyard. The barn was still dark in the pale moonlight. The door was still locked. No one was there. He shivered, but told himself it was probably just the wind hitting the wood. He turned back to his chair, trying to read his book. But just then, the knocking sounded again. This time, the sound was clearer and more rhythmic, as if someone was deliberately trying to get his attention. Tom felt a chill run down his spine. He grabbed his flashlight, put on his coat, and decided to go outside to investigate. As he stepped out into the yard, the cold wind blew against his face, carrying with it the rustling sound of dry leaves. The feeling that something was wrong weighed heavily on his heart. Tom walked up to the door of the warehouse. He carefully shined his flashlight on the lock. It was intact, showing no signs of tampering. But as he placed his hand on the door, a knock sounded behind him. Tom spun around. The backyard was empty, no one there. The wind whistled through the dead branches, making the air even colder. He shined his flashlight everywhere, but saw only darkness. His heart pounded in his chest. He decided to open the warehouse door. Tom took the spare key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock. When the door swung open with an eerie creak, a blast of cold air blew out, making him shiver. It was pitch black inside. He turned on his flashlight and peered inside, just old tools, cobwebs hanging from wooden crates. No one was there. But before he could step outside, the warehouse door slammed shut behind him. The sound was dry, making him jump. He turned and tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge, as if someone had locked it from the outside. Tom pounded on the door. "Is anyone out there?" He shouted, but only his own echo answered. Then, from deep in the darkness of the warehouse, came a knock. Knock, knock. His heart stopped. The knocking didn't come from outside the door this time. It came from inside the warehouse, right next to where he was standing. He shined his flashlight around, but saw nothing but old objects and thick darkness. The knocking sounded again, closer, as if something were approaching him. Tom began to gasp. Fear gripped his body. He tried to knock on the door again, but to no avail. In the midst of his despair, he heard a soft whisper behind him. "Don't open it." He turned, shining the flashlight in the direction of the whispering. The weak beam of the flashlight illuminated a shadowy figure. It stood motionless, shapeless, as if made of the darkness itself. Tom felt his body stiffen, unable to move. The shadow did not move, but its presence made the space seem still. He could hear his heart pounding in his chest, and then the shadow began to move. It crept toward him, inch by inch, making no sound, like part of the gathering night. In a panic, Tom pounded on the door with all his might. It suddenly flew open, sending him tumbling out. He scrambled to his feet, slammed the door shut, and locked it, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Out of control, the knocking stopped. The darkness outside was silent, as if nothing had happened. He breathed heavily, leaning against the wall, trying to regain his composure. But as he entered the house, a soft knock sounded from the living room window. Knock, knock, knock. Tom turned his head and looked. Through the glass, he saw a shadow, the same shadow he had seen in the warehouse. Tom locked all the doors, drew the curtains, and turned on every light in the house. But he knew that no matter what he did, the thing had found him. In the darkness, the knocking echoed from the hidden corners of the house. It was no longer limited to the shed. It followed him inside, creeping into every wall, every dark corner. Tom knew he would never escape the knocking. And each time it rang, the shadow would come a little closer until there was nothing between them. This Halloween night, Tom opened a door that should never have been opened. And from now on, that door will never truly close. Ghost on the Run. One dark night in El Paso, Texas, 4 young men, Carlos, Jake, Manny, and Tyler, decide to carry out a daring mission. They heard rumors of a deserted house deep in the suburbs where no one came. The old house had been abandoned for a long time, surrounded by a rotting fence and overgrown trees. Rumors of the house being linked to mysterious events kept locals away. But for Carlos' group, it was just an easy opportunity to pick up some valuables. Just some junk, Carlos, the leader of the group, sneered. We'll go in, take what we can sell, and leave before anyone knows it. The group piled into Tyler's black all-terrain vehicle and drove out into the suburbs. The night air was cold and strangely quiet, giving Manny a creeping feeling. But they didn't pay much attention, just wanted to quickly complete the mission. When they arrived, the house appeared in the darkness, even more terrifying than they had imagined. The windows were broken, the front door shook with every gust of wind, and the shadows of the trees around the yard formed strange shapes. A musty smell hung in the air, as if time had stood still in this place. It's just an old house, Jake whispered, trying to calm his fear. Carlos took the lead, pushing the door open. The creaking echoed in the empty space. Manny's flashlight scanned the house. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs, old furniture scattered about. But Carlos quickly found a few antique ornaments that looked valuable and stuffed them into his pocket. This is easier than I thought, Carlos grinned triumphantly. Let's go. But as the group prepared to leave, a soft noise came from behind the house, making them pause. "Hear that?" Tyler asked, eyes wide. "Probably a stray cat," Carlos dismissed, but a look of concern crossed his face. Then suddenly, from the dark corner at the end of the hallway, a shadow appeared. Hazy but clear, as if it were watching them. The group froze for a moment. The shadow had no face, just a humanoid shape, tall and still, as if it were one with the night. "Run!" Carlos shouted. The group rushed outside like crazy, their feet hitting debris and rotting doors. Manny's heart was pounding, his breath coming in short gasps of panic. As Tyler jumped into the AGV and started the engine, Carlos glanced back. The shadow was still there by the front door. But then it moved, fast and smooth as smoke, and began to follow the group. "Get in," Tyler yelled, slamming his hands on the steering wheel. They all jumped in, and Tyler stepped on the gas. The tires spun, kicking up dust and rubble. The car sped off into the night, leaving the house behind. But even as it sped down the dirt road, the shadow followed closely behind, as if it were not limited by speed or terrain. Jake looked in the rearview mirror and saw the shadow gliding along the ground, not slowing down. It's still following us," Jake shouted, panicked. Carlos turned to look and felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Even though Tyler was accelerating at full speed, the shadow was like their own shadow, impossible to shake off. The chase continued through the winding suburban roads. Tyler drove like crazy, dodging trees and potholes. But every time they thought they had left the shadow behind, it would appear right behind them without a sound. At this moment, the only sound in the car was rapid breathing and panicked heartbeat. Tyler hissed through gritted teeth. How could it? Carlos tried to stay calm, but fear gripped his mind. The shadow was not human, that much was clear, and it would not stop. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the group of young men drove into Tyler's neighborhood, where the streetlights shone brightly. As soon as the tires hit the concrete, Jake looked back. The shadow was gone. There was no trace of it. The group sat in the car, their hearts still racing. The dense darkness of the suburbs seemed more terrifying than ever. Tyler turned off the engine, but no one dared to get out. Once they had regained some composure, the group entered Tyler's house. The feeling of safety in a brightly lit house made them breathe a little easier. But no one forgot the shadow that had followed them. Carlos sat down on the couch, his head in his hands. "What the hell just happened?" he muttered. Manny, always sensitive to the strange, decided to do some research on the house they had just broken into. He opened his phone and browsed local websites. Within minutes, he found what he was looking for, an old newspaper article about the house. "The house has been the site of many mysterious events," Manny whispered. Many people have been imprisoned illegally, and horrific events have never been explained. Locals believe the place is haunted. The group fell silent. No one wanted to believe in ghosts, but what they had just experienced could not be explained by logic. "We took something out of there," Tyler muttered, looking at the bag of items Carlos had taken from the house. "Maybe it wanted what was its." Carlos froze. He stared at the bag, but did not dare open it. Even though the shadow no longer followed them on their way home, the group still felt fear creeping into every dark corner. In the following days, the group did not dare to return to the abandoned house, nor did they dare to keep the items that Carlos had taken. Carlos knew that, despite running away and throwing away everything they had taken, the darkness from that abandoned house had never truly left them. Lisa, a woman in her 30s, had just moved to Chicago to start a new job. She was not a believer in superstitions or the supernatural, and she felt very lucky to have found a cheap apartment in the city center. The apartment was located in an old building that still retained its ancient charm with the elegant beauty of Victorian architecture. Lisa was initially attracted by the large windows and natural light that flooded into each room. The only thing that bothered her was the large old mirror that hung on the bedroom wall. It seemed a little mysterious with its intricately carved wooden frame and the glass that had faded and become opaque over time. Lisa didn't care too much about the mirror. She thought it was part of the history of the house and decided to keep it because it fit the space quite well. The first few days of living here, everything went smoothly. Lisa focused on her new job and quickly adapted to life in Chicago. However, after only a week, she began to notice a few strange things. It all started one night when Lisa was getting ready for bed. She felt like someone was watching her. The feeling was so strong that she turned around to look around the room, but there was no one but her reflection in the old mirror. At that time, Lisa just shrugged and told herself that maybe she was too stressed about her new job. But the next night, while brushing her teeth in the bathroom, she once again felt someone's eyes staring at her. Looking into the bathroom mirror, Lisa only saw her own face, but that creepy feeling did not go away. Over the next few weeks, Lisa began to experience increasingly frightening events. One night, as she lay in bed, drifting off to sleep, she heard soft footsteps coming from the living room. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she tried to stay calm, reassuring herself that it was just the sound of old apartments where floorboards could make strange noises. However, the footsteps did not stop, but got closer and closer to the bedroom. Lisa could not bear it anymore. She sat up, turned on the light, and went out to check, but the living room was completely empty. Another night, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she decided to go to the kitchen to get some water. As she was walking through the bedroom to the hallway, she glanced at the mirror and was startled. For a fleeting moment, Lisa saw a shadow pass behind her in the mirror. She turned around immediately, but there was no one there. She stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what she had just seen, but her heart was pounding and the shivering feeling wouldn't go away. She convinced herself it was just a tired hallucination and decided not to worry too much about it. However, the strange phenomenon did not stop there. In the following nights, Lisa continued to feel as if someone was in the apartment with her. The feeling of being watched was always there, especially when she was in the bedroom. The mirror, which had once been a classic decoration, now became a source of obsession. Every time Lisa looked at it, she felt a strange, inexplicable presence. Then one night, things got even more terrifying. It was a cold November night. Outside, snow was falling lightly and the wind was whistling through the windows. Lisa had just come home from a late night at work. She was tired and just wanted to rest. After a shower, she climbed into bed and turned off the lights. The light from the street lamp outside filtered through the curtains, casting a dim light on the mirror. Lisa lay still, trying to close her eyes but couldn't sleep. An invisible anxiety kept taking over her mind. She turned to look at the mirror again, and this time her heart stopped. Inside the mirror, there was a blurry figure standing silently looking at her. The person had no clear face, just a blurry figure with dark eyes and a pale face. Lisa sat up in panic, but the black figure remained still in the mirror. It did not move, did not disappear, just stood there, observing her in a terrifying way. Lisa screamed in panic and turned on the bedroom light. As the light flooded the room, the shadow disappeared, leaving only Lisa with a pale face and a pounding heart in her chest. She couldn't believe her eyes. Terrified, she didn't dare turn off the light and sat on the bed all night, waiting for morning. The next morning, Lisa knew she couldn't live in the apartment any longer. She called her friends and told them what had happened. Although some people thought she was overstressed and imagining things, Lisa was adamant that what she saw was real. She decided to remove the mirror from the wall and throw it away, hoping that everything would return to normal. But the horror didn't stop there. After the mirror was taken down and removed, Lisa continued to feel a strange presence in the apartment. She began to hear whispers at night, even when she was alone. Sometimes she felt a cold air sweep over her, seemingly out of nowhere. One day, while cleaning her bedroom, she suddenly discovered a long, deep scratch on the wall, right where the mirror used to hang. The scratch looked like it was made by someone's fingernails, extending from the ceiling to almost the ground. Lisa couldn't take it anymore. She decided to move out of the apartment immediately, regardless of the rent she had paid in advance. Even though she had moved out, the memories of the shadow in the mirror and the sleepless nights still haunted her. The Chicago apartment left Lisa with an indescribable fear, and from then on, she never dared to look into the old mirrors again. John and Emily are newlyweds who have just moved into an old house in a quiet suburb of Virginia. The house is over a century old and has a classic look with wood paneling, large windows, and period furniture. The couple enjoys the home for its warmth and history, but there is one thing that makes Emily uneasy: a large antique mirror hanging in the living room. The mirror had an intricately carved oak frame with intricate floral designs. The glass had become cloudy with age, and there were strange stains on it, making it look as if it was covered in a layer of mist. Although Emily found the mirror unsettling, John thought it was a valuable antique and decided to keep it. At first, life in the house was peaceful. The couple gradually adapted to their new life, busy decorating and renovating the house. However, not long after, Emily began to notice strange things happening around the antique mirror. One evening, while cleaning the living room, Emily happened to glance into the mirror and noticed something was wrong. Her reflection in the mirror seemed blurry, and for a moment, she seemed to see her face change. The face in the mirror no longer looked like her. It was a pale face with deep-set eyes and a ghostly smile. She blinked and the image disappeared, but the creepy feeling remained. Emily tried to convince herself that it was just a hallucination caused by the dim light. But the strange phenomena did not stop there. Late one night, John was reading in the living room when he suddenly felt the space around him turn cold. A cold air from somewhere filled the room, even though the fireplace was still burning brightly. As John looked into the mirror, he felt as if something was watching him. He slowly approached the mirror, and to his horror, he saw a small child standing behind him, even though he knew full well that he and Emily were the only ones in the house. The child had pale skin, sunken eyes, and disheveled hair. John whirled around, but no one was there. He looked back at the mirror, but the child was gone. John didn't say anything to Emily about it, thinking he was just tired and imagining things. But a few days later, Emily started having strange dreams. In them, she would often find herself standing in front of a mirror, but instead of seeing her reflection, she would see another room, a dark, musty room with old wooden tables and chairs that swayed as if someone had just left. She would also see the shadow of a woman passing by behind her, but her face was always blurry. Things got worse when Emily started hearing strange noises coming from the living room at night. Sometimes she heard whispers coming from the mirror, but couldn't make out what was being said. One night, as she was walking through the living room, Emily heard soft footsteps, as if someone was moving around. She called out to John, but there was no answer, and when she looked in the mirror, she saw the shadowy figure of a woman standing behind her in the mirror. The figure seemed to be looking straight at her with a ghostly smile, but when Emily turned around, the room was completely empty. Emily began to panic and told John about her experience. The couple began to research the house and its previous owners. They discovered that the mirror had been in the house for a long time, even before the previous owners moved in. Rumor has it that the first owner of the house was a wealthy woman named Eleanor, who lived alone and died mysteriously. After her death, many people said that her spirit still lingered in the house, and perhaps the mirror was the portal between her world and this world. John and Emily decided to take the mirror down and put it in storage, hoping that the strange phenomena would stop. However, things only got worse. On the first night after the mirror was put away, both husband and wife had the same nightmare. In the dream, they were trapped inside the house, surrounded by rotting wooden walls, and every time they tried to escape, the mirror appeared in every corner, as if it was clinging to them. In the mirror, their images were no longer intact but horribly distorted, as if they were being slowly sucked into the world inside the mirror. The next day, both John and Emily were shocked to realize that they had both had the same dream. This only reinforced their belief that the mirror was indeed an evil thing. They decided to call a repairman to remove the mirror from the house forever. When the repairman arrived, he was also concerned and said that the mirror seemed to be haunted. When they finally removed the mirror and took it away, a strange sense of relief filled the house. However, as soon as the mirror was moved outside, John noticed a strange crack in the glass, like a handprint from within. It made them both shudder, but they decided not to think about it anymore. After the mirror was removed, no more strange phenomena occurred in the house. But John and Emily still could not forget what they had experienced. Even though the house returned to normal, they always felt that there was something lingering, as if the mirror was only temporarily blocked and could return at any time. And from then on, they always avoided antique mirrors, never daring to keep them in the house again. Tom, a frequent business traveler, is used to traveling from city to city and staying in many hotels. On a business trip to California, he checks into an old hotel with a long history. The hotel is located on the edge of a small town, with an old-fashioned appearance and architectural style that dates back to the 1920s. Tom always loved places with such a rich history because it brought a sense of nostalgia and romance. However, he did not expect that this time, his experience would turn into a horrible nightmare. When Tom entered the room, he noticed that everything was very clean and tidy. There was a spacious double bed, a large window overlooking the mountains in the distance, and a large mirror hung on the wall opposite the bed. The mirror had a wooden frame carved with intricate patterns, looking like a precious antique. Tom felt a little strange that the mirror was placed in the middle of the room, opposite the bed, but he didn't mind it much. After packing his things, Tom decided to go down to the hotel restaurant for dinner. The meal went smoothly, but when he returned to his room, a feeling of unease began to creep into his mind. The room, which had seemed normal and comfortable before, now seemed stuffy and cold. Tom turned off the lights, got into bed, and pulled the covers up, but the large mirror opposite him made him uncomfortable. Every time he opened his eyes, he saw his reflection in the mirror, which made him feel uneasy. However, Tom tried to ignore that feeling and fell asleep. Around midnight, Tom suddenly woke up. He didn't know what had woken him up, but a strange cold feeling spread throughout the room. The room was completely quiet, except for his soft breathing and the wind whistling through the window. Tom stared at the ceiling, trying to figure out why he felt so nervous. But when he turned his head to look at the mirror, his heart clenched. In the mirror, he saw a shadow moving from one corner of the room to the other. The shadow was shapeless, but it looked like a person moving slowly. Tom jumped up at once and turned his head to look toward the corner of the room, but the room was still empty. There was no one there, no sign of anyone having entered. Tom's heart was pounding, but he tried to calm himself down. He told himself that it was just an illusion, probably caused by the dim light in the room. However, the feeling of unease in Tom's heart did not lessen. He decided to turn on the light and check the entire room. Everything was as before, nothing unusual. But his eyes kept being drawn to the mirror. Despite himself, he looked into it again, and this time, a real sense of horror came over him. Inside the mirror, Tom clearly saw a man standing behind him, just a few feet away. The man had a pale face, empty eyes, and a terrifying, twisted smile. Tom was completely stunned, unable to move, unable to take his eyes off the horrifying image. After a few seconds, he turned around, but the room was still empty. Only silence and cold air surrounded him. When he looked back at the mirror again, the figure had disappeared. In a panic, Tom jumped out of bed, dressed quickly, and left the room. He didn't pay any attention to the clock or the time. He just knew he had to leave the hotel immediately. Down in the lobby, Tom told the receptionist that he couldn't stay in that room any longer and asked to change rooms immediately. The receptionist, looking surprised but not entirely surprised, asked which room he wanted. Tom just asked for any room, as long as it didn't have a large mirror facing the bed. The clerk nodded silently and changed his room without asking any further questions. Tom checked into his new room and tried to forget what had just happened, but the image in the mirror would not leave his mind. He could not sleep that night, and every time he closed his eyes, the face of the man in the mirror appeared again with a crooked smile and dark eyes. The next morning, Tom decided to leave the hotel earlier than planned. Before leaving, he met the employee from last night and asked curiously, "Is there something wrong with the mirror in room 205? The employee looked at him with a slightly worried look, then lowered his voice. "You are not the first person to ask about that mirror. This hotel has a long history, and there are rumors that the mirrors in some rooms can reflect things not of this world." Tom didn't believe it, but his experience left all reason seemingly in a blur. He left the hotel with the feeling that he had encountered something inexplicable, something beyond human understanding. Since that trip, Tom has never dared to look into any mirrors in the hotels he has stayed in. Whenever he enters a room, the first thing he does is turn the mirror away or ask for a room without a mirror. Although the events at the California hotel remain a mystery to him, Tom knows that the image of the man in the mirror with the creepy smile will forever haunt his mind. If this story is good, please like and subscribe to wait for the next videos. True Home Alone horror stories. The Thief and the Cursed Object. Jake Morrison is a notorious thief in the Seattle suburbs. He lives alone in an old house at the end of the street where he stores the spoils of his notorious robberies. No one knows much about Jake's past, but he is known for targeting valuables, jewelry, art, antiques. Jake has always been confident that he has the ability to read the value of objects, and has never suffered any consequences from his crimes. On Halloween night that year, Jake made a big heist, targeting the mansion of a famous local antique collector. The collector was known for his many strange items, and Jake decided that Halloween night, when the whole neighborhood was busy with costume parties, was the perfect opportunity to break in. He broke into the villa smoothly and collected many valuable items, antique watches, jewelry, and especially an exquisitely carved wooden box. Jake was struck by the box, not by its luxurious appearance, but by the strange energy it exuded. He felt drawn to it, as if it had an irresistible pull. Jake decided to take it home with the other items, not knowing that this one item would change his life forever. The first night after he brought the box home, Jake had a terrible nightmare. He dreamed that he was being chased through a dark forest by shapeless shadows. Whispers echoed in his head, as if hundreds of voices were cursing him at once. He woke up in a cold sweat, his heart pounding. Jake told himself it was just a stress-induced nightmare, but a sense of unease began to creep into his mind. The nightmares became more vivid over the following nights. He found himself standing among the stolen goods, surrounded by ghostly figures. Dream objects seem to come to life. An ancient clock turns backwards. The statues whispered unintelligible words, and the wooden box was always visible, ajar and emitting a cold light. Not only was it a nightmare, Jake's body also began to show strange signs. When he woke up, he discovered small scratches on his body that he couldn't remember where they came from. At first, he thought he had accidentally bumped into something in the house, but the scratches became more numerous and deeper, as if something had deliberately attacked him in his sleep. His skin became pale, his eyes sunken and dark-rimmed. Jake gradually became haggard, no longer the cunning and skillful thief he had been. He dared not sleep, because every time he fell asleep, the nightmares returned with increasing intensity. Everything in the house started to get weird. Lights turned on and off by themselves. Footsteps echoed from empty rooms. And sometimes Jake heard whispers coming from the wooden box, which now always sat in the corner of the room, no matter how many times he tried to hide it. Other objects in the house also seemed to move on their own, driving Jake crazy because he couldn't explain it. Jake begins to lose control. He can't tell what's real and what's a dream. Every time he closes his eyes, he finds himself in another world, where angry spirits surround him, dragging him down into an endless abyss. Jake knew he couldn't go on like this. He decided to confront the box and open it to end it all. As he tried to burn the box in the fireplace, Jake realized that the fire wouldn't reach it. The flames seemed to be pushed back, and the box just lay there, cold and intact. Jake's hands shook as he opened the lid. As soon as the lid was opened, a thick black smoke poured out, filling the room. In the pitch blackness, Jake saw a tall figure with white eyes and long, claw-like hands. The shadow laughed horribly and rushed at him. Jake struggled, but to no avail. The shadow whispered in his ear, "You took what was not yours. Now I will take everything that is yours." He felt his life force draining away, bit by bit. Jake was in a state of extreme panic. The scratches on his body turned into deep gashes, as if something was tearing him from the inside. Unable to bear it any longer, Jake abandoned all his possessions, including the stolen items, and left the house. Jake wandered the world, homeless and unrecognizable. Nightmares haunted him. He became emaciated, his body covered in open sores and his spirit broken. He told anyone who would listen about the cursed box that destroyed his life, but no one believed his story. A year later, the police found Jake's body in an abandoned house. His body was emaciated, covered in cuts and scratches, as if he had scratched himself until he was exhausted and breathless. In his hand was a piece of paper with his last words scrawled, "Never touch things that do not belong to you." The story of Jake and the cursed box became a terrifying urban legend passed down from generation to generation. Those who knew the story avoided any mysterious items of unknown origin, especially around Halloween, when the line between the real world and the supernatural world was at its thinnest. Footweights in the warehouse. Michael Turner is a single man in his 40s who lives in a small house in the suburbs. His life is simple and peaceful, but sometimes he feels lonely and likes to spend time cleaning and looking for old things in the shed behind his house. Tonight, he decided to check the shed to find some old items, including some family heirlooms. When Michael stepped outside, it was dark. A gentle breeze blew through the garden, rustling the leaves under his feet. He brought a flashlight because the light bulbs in the warehouse were old and the light was not bright enough. The warehouse door creaked open, making an unpleasant screeching sound. Inside, the air was damp and cold, as if it had been dormant for decades. Michael turned on his flashlight and began rummaging through the old boxes piled in the corners. The air in the warehouse was strangely cold. Even though it wasn't too cold outside, the smell of mold and dust filled his nose, making him wince. He found a few oddments, old family photos, a box of childhood toys, and a broken pocket watch. As Michael rummaged around, a soft noise came from the back of the warehouse, a sound like someone's feet stepping on a rotten wooden floor. He stopped immediately, his heart starting to beat faster. There was only one door to this warehouse, and that door was still open behind him. No one could have entered without him noticing. Michael turned his flashlight toward the sound. The light cut through the silence, but all he saw was a jumble of boxes. No one was there. He told himself he must have imagined the sound. But then the footsteps came again, slow and distinct, as if someone were moving among the boxes. Michael's heart was pounding. He held the flashlight steady, walking slowly toward the back of the warehouse. The light bulb swayed slightly from the ceiling, casting a weak, wavering light that made the shadows of the surrounding objects dance on the walls. Each time the bulb swayed, it revealed more dark corners behind the crates. An uneasy feeling filled Michael's mind, as if he were not alone in this small space. He tried to calm himself, telling himself it was probably just the wind or the creaking of wood. But the footsteps were too real heavy and steady. He pointed his flashlight in every corner, but found nothing but old boxes and cobwebs clinging to the ceiling. As he was about to turn around and go out, a loud noise rang out. Something had collapsed right behind him. He spun around and saw a large crate thrown across the floor, its contents flying everywhere. Unable to contain himself any longer, Michael rushed out of the warehouse, slamming the door behind him. He locked the door, making sure no one could get in. He told himself he needed to rest and forget about the strange things that had just happened. Back home, Michael tried to relax by watching TV, but his mind was still reeling from what had just happened. It's probably just mice, he told himself, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong in the shed. That night, Michael went to bed, but sleep did not come easily. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw images of boxes falling and the flickering light from the warehouse ceiling. He tossed and turned until he finally fell asleep. But before long, a familiar sound pulled him from his sleep, footsteps echoing through the house. Michael jumped up, his heart pounding. Footsteps echoed slowly down the hallway outside his bedroom, steady and heavy, as if someone were moving through each room of the house. He fell silent, listening. His little house had only one door, and he had locked it before going to bed. There couldn't be anyone inside unless something from the warehouse had gotten in here. Michael felt a chill of fear. He held his breath, slowly sitting up and reaching for the flashlight on the nightstand. The footsteps continued, moving from the hallway into the living room, as if someone were pacing through his house, but not quickly, but very slowly, deliberately. Michael stood up, holding the flashlight steady, and tiptoed out of the bedroom. The light from the flashlight swept across the walls, but the hallway was empty. No one was there. He could hear footsteps right in front of him, but there was no one in sight. The strange noises continued, circling the house, then gradually approaching the living room. Michael shivered and hurried into the living room. When he got there, he was stunned. The door to the back garden was open, and the light from the shed was flickering in the distance. A chill ran down Michael's spine. He knew for a fact that he had locked the shed door. How could it have been opened? Flashlight in hand, Michael stepped outside and headed toward the shed. The wind blew through the garden, making an eerie rustling sound. The warehouse door was ajar, swinging gently in the wind. The light bulb hanging inside swayed more violently than before, casting a flickering light. When Michael entered, he saw boxes scattered across the floor, overturned. But this time, amid the chaos of the items, there was a clear footprint on the dusty wooden floor, a footprint soaked with water. Michael shivered, feeling his throat dry. He knew no one had ever been in this place, so where did these footprints come from? He shined his flashlight around the warehouse and stopped in a dark corner. There, something stood, a gaunt figure, with disheveled hair and dark eyes staring at him. "You shouldn't have come back here," the figure whispered, its voice hoarse and cold as the breath of the night wind. Michael backed away in horror, but the shadow began to move forward, the footsteps slow and heavy, just like the ones he had heard before. Michael turned to run, but the warehouse door slammed shut before he could get out. Darkness swallowed everything around him, leaving only the echoing footsteps and the soft laughter of the figure behind him. He screamed, banging on the door in vain. The world seemed to spin around him, the darkness gripping his body as if trying to pull him into another space. And then, suddenly, everything went quiet. The next morning, Michael's neighbors noticed the shed door behind his house wide open. They called him several times but got no response. The police were called, and they found the shed empty, but no trace of Michael. Nothing unusual about his house either, except for one thing: wet footprints on the dusty, wooden floor led from the shed into the house and disappeared right in the middle of the living room. Michael Turner had disappeared without a trace. The Haunted Warehouse. Sarah Collins has just moved to a quiet suburban home after her divorce. She chose the home for its spaciousness and peaceful surroundings. Behind the house is a large shed which houses gardening tools and old items from the previous owner. Everything seems perfect for a fresh start, but she doesn't know that this house is hiding a terrible secret. One night, Sarah needed some tools to fix a leaky faucet in the kitchen. She went to the back of the shed to find some pliers. When she got inside, she turned on the light switch, but noticed that the light bulb in the ceiling was not on. Despite her annoyance, she told herself that the light bulb might be broken and used the flashlight on her phone to light her way. She quickly found the item she needed and returned home, making sure to turn off the lights and close the shed door. About 15 minutes later, while fixing the faucet, a sudden light reflecting from the kitchen window caught her attention. Looking out the window, Sarah was stunned. The light in the warehouse was on, even though she was sure it had been turned off. She stepped outside to check. The warehouse door was still locked as she had left it, and there was no one around. Feeling that something was off, but not wanting to worry too much, she turned off the lights and went back inside. That night, while reading in the living room, Sarah heard a strange noise coming from behind her. It was the sound of boxes being dragged across the storage floor. Her heart suddenly started beating fast, and she reassured herself that it was probably just the wind. The noise, however, was longer and clearer, as if someone were moving boxes inside the warehouse, slowly, deliberately. Sarah jumped up, grabbed her flashlight, and walked to the back door. The warehouse door was still locked, but this time the whisper sounded right next to her ear. Mumbled indistinct words like someone speaking from afar. Sarah froze. She turned on her flashlight and shined it through the crack in the door, but everything was intact and there was no one inside. Strange phenomena continued to occur in the following days. Sarah noticed the lights in the shed turning on by themselves several times and heard the sound of boxes being dragged whenever she was alone. The feeling of unease grew, and Sarah decided to learn more about the house and especially the shed behind it. She searched the internet and the town archives, and then a terrifying secret was revealed. Years ago, this warehouse was the site of a tragic accident. A worker was trapped inside when a stack of crates collapsed. He suffocated from his injuries before he was found. Sarah felt a chill when she learned about the accident. She wondered, is the spirit of the worker still trapped here? But despite her fear, she still wanted to find out. One night, she decided to face her fear. Sarah grabbed her flashlight and, clutching the key, walked out into the shed. That night, there was no wind, and everything was eerily quiet. She unlocked the door and pushed it open. The light inside turned on by itself, casting long, sinuous shadows on the walls. The air inside seemed thick. Sarah stepped inside, shining her flashlight around the corners, but saw nothing but piles of boxes and crates. And then the lights flickered and the boxes slowly moved, making a creepy screeching sound. Sarah backed away in horror, but the door behind her slammed shut. In the darkness, Sarah heard the whisper more clearly than ever, a hoarse, desperate voice. "Save me." Sarah froze. The ceiling light began to sway, and boxes fell across the floor as if tossed by an invisible hand. Amidst the chaos, Sarah saw a blurry figure, a man with a face contorted in pain, eyes empty, staring at her. "Save me. I can't leave here." The voice rang out again, echoing throughout the cramped space. Sarah screamed in terror. She rushed to the door, trying to open it. She pounded on it, but it wouldn't budge. The figure moved closer, and his footsteps echoed in the space, heavy and steady. In a moment of despair, Sarah squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "I'll help you. Let me go." Immediately, the noise died down. There was no more dragging, no more whispering. The light returned to normal, and when Sarah opened her eyes, the warehouse door was wide open. She ran out, not daring to look back. The next morning, Sarah decided to leave the house for good. Before leaving, she called the local authorities to report the strange happenings in the shed. But when the police came to check, everything was normal, no sign of anyone or anything inside. Long marks on the wooden floor, as if someone had tried to get out, but never succeeded. Sarah never returned to that house. While she wasn't sure what she'd really encountered, she knew one thing: some mysteries should never be probed too deeply. And if you ever hear footsteps in the barn or see lights turn on by themselves, remember, it might not be a mechanical problem. It might be a lost soul waiting to be released. Mysterious scratch. Jack Miller, a man in his 30s, moved into an old house in the suburbs after getting a new job. The house was quite spacious and had a warehouse in the back where the previous owner left many old items. Jack thought this was the perfect start to his new life, a quiet place, not too far from the city and suited to his simple lifestyle. The first few days went smoothly. Jack was busy sorting through the house and exploring the shed, where he found some gardening tools and a few leftover antiques. He didn't pay much attention to the old space, just thought of it as a place to store odds and ends. A few days after moving in, Jack began to notice small scratches on his body. At first, they appeared on his hands and feet every morning when he woke up. He didn't think too much of it, thinking it might be a mosquito or insect bite, even though the weather wasn't hot or humid at the time. The scratches looked strange. They weren't just simple scratches, but had the shape of small handprints. As if someone with sharp nails had dug into his skin while he slept. What was even stranger was that he had no memory of what he had done to cause those injuries. As the days went by, the scratches grew more and more frequent. Every morning, Jack woke up with a burning pain in his arms and legs, and the wounds grew longer and deeper. He told himself that maybe something in the shed was the cause, because every time he went in there to find tools or clean up, more strange scratches appeared. He searched the warehouse thoroughly but found no insects or anything unusual that could have caused such injuries. However, a strange feeling began to cloud his mind. Every time he entered the warehouse, he felt like someone was watching him from the shadows, and the air inside was so stuffy that it made him shiver. One night, Jack decided to install a camera in his bedroom to see if he was unconsciously scratching himself in his sleep. When he reviewed the footage the next morning, nothing unusual happened. He slept soundly through the night and didn't move at all. However, when he woke up, new scratches appeared on his hands, this time deeper and more pronounced. Jack began to panic. How could these injuries have appeared without any apparent cause? He checked the bedroom again, finding no trace of insects or sharp objects that could have caused the scratches. At the same time, the darkness in the warehouse seemed to grow thicker. Every time Jack stepped into it, he felt as if something invisible brushed past him, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Jack's fear grew stronger and stronger. One night, he decided to bravely check the warehouse in the middle of the night, hoping to find the real cause. He grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, even though the creepy feeling continued to cloud his mind. The warehouse door opened with a creak. And the darkness from inside seemed to pour out, swallowing the flashlight's light. Jack stepped inside, the light sweeping over the crates and old tools. Everything seemed normal, until he saw it. There were long scratches on the floor, as if someone had used their fingernails to rake the wood. But even stranger, the scratches were unusually small, as if they had come from a child's hand. As Jack bent down to take a closer look, a cold wind blew across the back of his neck. Making him shiver. From the darkness deep inside the warehouse, a faint whisper rang out soft, almost inaudible. "We here." Jack's heart was pounding. He jumped up, spun around, and shined his flashlight everywhere, but there was no one in the warehouse but him. The old boxes lay still, and the space fell into an eerie silence. Jack rushed out, slammed the door, and locked it. But the unsettling feeling did not go away. He knew that something in the warehouse was watching him. A few days later, Jack decided never to enter the warehouse again. He hoped that by staying away from it, the strange phenomena would stop. However, the scratches continued to appear. Every morning, he woke up to new wounds on his arms and leg scratches that grew longer and deeper, like someone was trying to leave a mark on his skin. One night, while Jack was sleeping soundly, he felt a cold hand touch his neck. He jumped up, sweating all over, but there was no one in the room. The next morning, a long, deep scratch appeared on his arm, as if an invisible hand had scratched his skin in his sleep. That was the last straw. Jack couldn't take it anymore. He decided to leave the house immediately. In a panic, he packed up his things in the night and left without daring to look back at the warehouse one last time. As he got into the car, Jack felt like someone was watching him from the shadows. His heart pounded, and he revved the engine, driving away from there as fast as he could. Jack never returned to that house. He sold it for a pittance to an unknown buyer and never spoke of what happened. But sometimes, on rainy nights, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if invisible scratches were still clinging to him long after he had left. And if you happen to walk into an old barn, remember, there are invisible things waiting, and they never want you to leave easily. Emily had always loved the quiet of her small cabin in the woods in Oregon. Nestled among tall trees, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, the house was the perfect place for her to immerse herself in books and silence. But there were nights when the quiet made her uneasy. It was such a night today. Outside, cold winds blew through the trees, making rustling sounds like whispers. Emily sat on the sofa, her book open, but her mind was no longer focused on the content. The pages gradually became blurred in the warm yellow light of the room. The feeling that something was wrong outside made her unable to take her eyes off the window. She reached out to pick up the hot cup of tea, trying to dispel the anxiety that was rising in her heart. But as her eyes swept past the transparent glass, she suddenly saw something moving outside the window. Her heart beat faster, and a creepy feeling spread throughout her body. Emily took a deep breath, trying to convince herself that it was just an illusion. But the silence around her only added to the tension. Looking outside again, she saw a white blur gliding between the trees. Eyes wide, Emily stood up, unable to resist curiosity and fear. She walked closer to the window, where the dim light of the desk lamp was not enough to illuminate the darkness outside. The scene became magical, but also full of horror. Suddenly, a strong wind blew through, causing the window to shake. Emily jumped back, and suddenly, she saw a woman standing at the window, only a layer of glass away from her. The woman was wearing an old white dress, her long hair hanging down to her shoulders. Her eyes were empty, as if there was no soul. It was hard to believe, but it seemed like the woman was looking straight at Emily, her eyes unblinking, without any expression. Emily's heart stopped. She couldn't speak. All she could do was stand there, frozen, not daring to move. The woman stood there silently for a long moment, before slowly turning around and disappearing into the darkness. Panic filled her, and Emily rushed out to check. She opened the window, and there was no one outside, just darkness and rustling leaves. "It's just an illusion," she told herself, but her heart was still pounding. She returned to the living room, looking around to make sure no one was there. As she turned around, a sudden chill came over her, as if there was a cold breath behind her. Emily felt that something was wrong, and when she looked at the reflection in the mirror, her heart skipped a beat. In the mirror, the figure of that woman appeared again, this time standing right behind her, so close that she could feel her presence. "No," Emily screamed, but her own voice came out as a whisper. She turned around, but the living room was completely empty. Panic shook her. She began searching for safety in every corner of the house, hoping that she could escape this nightmare. Suddenly, the lights in the room started flickering and strange sounds were heard. It was as if someone was knocking on the door. Emily carefully approached the main door, her hands shaking as she opened it. No one was there, but the light outside was dim, the moonlight hidden by dark clouds. As she turned around, a cold feeling enveloped her, and a whispering voice came from behind. "You shouldn't be here." Emily felt a chill down her spine. She turned around, but only saw pitch black darkness. She backed away, her foot hitting a chair, causing it to fall to the floor with a loud thud. Panicking, she rushed into her bedroom and slammed the door shut. She leaned against it, breathing heavily. Images of the pale-faced woman kept swirling through her mind. Why her? Emily wondered, why was she in her house? She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. It was just an illusion, she repeated. But when she opened them again, she saw a white figure standing in the middle of the room, caught in the light from the window. In disbelief, Emily rushed out of the room, but the door suddenly refused to open. "Let go!" She screamed, but there was no response, only terrifying silence. She used all her strength to push the door open and finally managed to open it. Emily ran out, not knowing where she was running to, just hoping to escape that terrifying ghost. She ran through the woods, branches whipping at her face. She didn't dare look back, but she felt like someone was following her. Every step made her panic more and more. I have to get out of here, she told herself. But her heart was pounding, and fear was slowly taking over her mind. She stopped, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, and when she turned around, the woman was standing in the middle of the road, staring straight at her with empty eyes. Emily felt as if everything around her had stopped. Time had frozen. She knew she couldn't run forever. The woman began to move closer, and Emily felt a strong pull at her. "You shouldn't leave this place," the voice said in a whisper, cold and mysterious. "This house needs you." "No, I don't belong here," Emily cried out, but the woman only smiled, her eyes glinting strangely. She couldn't take it anymore. Emily turned and ran towards the house. When she entered, she felt a cold wind blowing, as if someone had just passed by her. She ran straight to the living room and locked the door. Her heart was pounding. She leaned against the door, breathing heavily. But this peace didn't last long. Once again, the doorbell rang, and Emily knew that she couldn't just avoid it forever. She gathered all her courage, decided to face this terrifying thing. Emily opened the door, and a shadow suddenly rushed in. She saw the woman standing there, her eyes no longer blank, but dark. "You have to stay with me," she said, her voice different, as if some force was pulling her. The fear turned to helplessness. Emily felt drawn into those eyes. "Why?" she asked, but her voice sounded weak and frightened. "To know the truth," the woman replied. "This house has been forgotten. It needs a new soul to revive." "No, I can't," Emily cried out, but her legs had no strength left. She felt as if she were being buried in the woman's memories. Mark is a young man who has just moved into a new house in the suburbs of New York City. The house is spacious, with white walls and open spaces, making him feel like this would be the perfect place to start a new chapter in his life. But the quiet of the place sometimes makes him feel lonely. One night, Mark was working late at his computer, the light from the screen creating a hazy atmosphere around him. The sound of typing on the keyboard became the soundtrack to the silence of the house. But in the midst of his concentration, a sudden noise came from the bedroom door. The door creaked, as if someone was trying to open it. Mark looked up, his eyes glued to the door. "It must be the wind," he told himself, trying to keep going. But a few minutes later, the sound came again, this time clearer, as if someone was standing on the other side of the door. With a nervous feeling, Mark stood up and walked towards the door. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, a sudden blast of cold air swept past, making him shiver. It's probably just the wind, he consoled himself and opened the door. The room was dark. No one was inside. Mark took a deep breath, trying to shake off the feeling of fear. He turned and was about to close the door, but a faint moan came from inside the room, making him stop. Heart pounding, he stepped into the room. The air in the room was cold, and the dim light from the nightlight created strange patterns on the walls. Mark walked to the center of the room, but felt like someone was watching him. He turned around, but saw only a dark reflection in the mirror. A feeling of dread rose up in him, and as he stepped out of the room, the door suddenly slammed shut behind him. Okay, just a hallucination, Mark whispered to himself. He decided to go back to his desk, but he couldn't concentrate. Strange sounds kept echoing in his head, as if something was waiting. As the night grew late, Mark decided to go to sleep. But as he lay in bed, the sound of the bedroom door rang again. The door slowly opened, but there was no one there. His heart beat faster, and he decided to get out of bed to check. This time, when he entered the bedroom, the light from the night light gave off a strange feeling. Mark looked around. Everything seemed normal. But when he went to the mirror, a blurry figure flashed right behind him. He turned around, but the room was completely empty. His heart stopped for a moment. Enough. He shouted, but there was no answer. He walked out of the room, determined not to return. But the following nights, nothing changed. The bedroom door still opened automatically. Strange noises still rang out, and Mark began to feel uneasy. He tried to find out what was wrong with this house. Searching the internet, he discovered that this house had belonged to a previous family, and they had mysteriously disappeared. Curiosity got the better of Mark. He decided to ask his neighbors about the history of the house. His neighbor, an older woman named Mrs. Henderson, seemed very careful when talking about the house. "Don't mess with it," she said in a serious tone. "This house has seen strange things. The previous family's bedroom door would open by itself, and they never found their daughter." Mark felt a chill run down his spine. "The girl?" he asked. "Yes, she went missing when she was little, and no one has seen her since." "This house has always had a dark aura," Mrs. Henderson said, her eyes becoming distant. Mark felt a surge of anxiety. He decided to go back and check the bedroom again. When he got home, he felt the atmosphere in the house was different. There was tension. When he opened the bedroom door, it opened automatically, as if waiting for him. He stepped inside, and this time, there was more than darkness. The faint scent of jasmine filled the air. "Just my imagination," he told himself. But when he looked in the mirror, he saw a shadowy figure standing right behind him. His heart pounded. He turned, but the room was empty. A feeling of panic took over. "Is anyone here?" he shouted. The answer was an eerie silence. Mark decided to leave the room and lock the door. But as soon as he closed the door, a knocking sound came from the other side, incessant. The unease returned. Enough! He shouted, but the knocking only grew louder. He turned around, but there was nothing but silence. Panting, he decided to call a close friend, David, to tell him what was going on. David arrived immediately, but as he entered the house, the strange feeling seemed to permeate the place. Is there anything strange about this house? David asked as they sat in the living room. A lot, Mark sighed. The bedroom door opens by itself, strange noises, and there's a figure I saw. David raised an eyebrow, curiosity clear in his eyes. Do you want to check it out? Is there anything strange about this house? David asked as they sat in the living room. A lot, Mark sighed. The bedroom door opens by itself, strange noises, and there's a figure I saw. David raised an eyebrow, curiosity clear in his eyes. Do you want to check it out? Mark hesitated, but curiosity overcame his fear. They both decided to go back to the bedroom. When they opened the door, it opened automatically again, but this time, Mark had the feeling that something was waiting inside. They entered the room, and the dim light from the nightlight cast strange shadows on the walls. Mark felt a chill run down his spine. Did you see that? He whispered. David nodded, but said nothing. They moved closer to the mirror, and when they looked into it, they saw the silhouette of a little girl with long hair and big eyes standing right behind them. No, no, Mark shouted, turning around but seeing no one. We have to get out of here, he said, but David didn't react. He stood still, mesmerized by the image in the mirror. Suddenly, the door to the room slammed shut, causing both of them to jump. What the hell? David shouted, hastily trying to open the door, but it was locked. Mark's heart was pounding like a drum, the feeling of dread growing. We have to find a way out of here, he said, but no one heard. In his despair, a laugh rang out from the room, a sweet but mysterious voice. Play with me. Mark and David looked at each other, their eyes filled with panic. They turned around, and the little girl's figure appeared more clearly, standing in the middle of the room, her eyes innocent yet filled with mystery. Let me go, Mark shouted, but the girl just smiled, saying nothing. From behind, Mark felt a cold air, as if someone was standing close by. We can't stay here much longer, David said, trying to open the door again, but couldn't. Suddenly, the girl came toward them. I just want to play, she said, her voice as clear as the sound of dewdrops. Play with me. Mark's heart sank. "We can't play," he said. "We have to go." But now the girl was right in front of them, her face full of innocence, but her eyes reflected a deep sadness. "I just want friends," she said, and Mark felt a pang of pity. "We'll be friends," Mark said, his voice shaking. "But we can't stay here." She looked at him, and there was silence. Finally, she smiled. "Fine, but you won't forget me, will you?" Mark felt drawn to her eyes. "No, I won't," he replied, though he was panicking inside. Suddenly, the door opened, as if in response to his promise. They rushed out, not daring to look back. When they got outside, they both collapsed to the ground, their hearts still pounding. "We have to get out of here now," David said, his voice shaking. Mark nodded, saying nothing. They ran out of the house, not once looking back. But as they turned, Mark heard laughter echoing from inside the house, a sweet but mysterious sound. "Don't forget me," her voice rang out, a haunting reminder. They kept running until darkness enveloped the forest. When they reached David's house, Mark knew he had escaped the strange house, but the image of the little girl was still imprinted in his mind. Even though he had left, a part of him knew that the haunting of her would never go away, and the memories of that house would always haunt him in his dreams. Perched on a small hill in the middle of a vast Texas field, there is an old house that has existed for over 100 years. With its shabby tile roof and faded wooden walls, this house once belonged to a wealthy family, but was abandoned after a terrible tragedy. As time passed, the story of the house was forgotten until Jane and her husband, Mike, decided to buy it to start a new life in the peaceful suburbs. Jane has always loved old houses with old charm. When she saw the house at an estate sale, she was immediately drawn to it. The house had the old-world atmosphere she was looking for, and with the sale price being much lower than expected, they couldn't pass up the opportunity. Mike, initially hesitant, agreed with Jane after considering the factors. They thought it would be a great place to raise a family. After moving in, they began to decorate and renovate the house. The house was spacious, with a large living room and an old wooden rocking chair next to the fireplace. Jane was particularly fond of this chair. It had an antique feel, reminding her of her childhood when she used to sit in her grandmother's rocking chair. But Mike, despite being a practical person, felt that there was something strange about it. He often teased Jane, calling it the haunted chair. The story begins when Mike goes away on a business trip for a week, and Jane is home alone. The first night Mike is away, everything is normal. Jane enjoys a quiet evening, reading and listening to music. But the second night, strange things start to happen. Around midnight, Jane was lying in bed, almost asleep, when she suddenly heard a noise coming from downstairs. It was a soft, steady, familiar sound, the sound of something rocking. She opened her eyes, listened carefully, and realized it was the rocking chair. Jane thought to herself that perhaps the wind had blown in through the window and made the chair shake. But then she remembered that the window had been closed before she went to bed. She felt a cold shiver run down her spine, but tried not to panic. Jane decided to go down to check. As she walked up the creaking wooden stairs, Jane felt more and more nervous. When she reached the living room, the rocking chair was swaying slowly, as if someone was sitting on it, pushing it gently with their feet. But there was no one in the room. There was no wind, nothing that could move the chair. Feeling a chill, Jane quickly turned off the light and returned to her bedroom. She tried to convince herself that it was just a normal phenomenon, maybe the uneven wooden floor or something natural. She closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep, but could not forget the image of the chair rocking in the dark. The rocking continued in the following nights. Sometimes Jane heard it just as she was falling asleep. Sometimes it woke her up in the middle of the night. She went down to the living room several times to check, and each time she found the rocking chair slowly swaying in the dark, but there was no sign of who or what was behind it. Jane began to feel uneasy. One morning, she decided to investigate the house. During her research, she discovered that the house had belonged to a wealthy family in the early 20th century. The wife of this family had died in a tragic accident, and afterward, her husband had spent the rest of his life sitting in a rocking chair near the fireplace, remembering his dead wife. He died in this very chair after suffering a stroke one winter night. The story of the man in the chair's death sent a chill down Jane's spine. She began to feel that something was wrong with the house and the rocking chair. But she still didn't want to tell Mike about her experiences, afraid that he would think she was imagining things or being influenced by old stories. One night, as Jane sat in the living room reading, she decided to face her fear. The rocking chair sat quietly in the corner of the room, as if challenging her. Jane stared at it, trying to find any sign that it would start rocking again. She even tried sitting on the chair, but nothing happened. Everything was quiet and normal, as if the strange phenomena were just a figment of her imagination. But just as she stood up and was about to leave the room, the chair began to shake. Not slowly like before, but violently, shaking each time as if someone was sitting on it angrily. Jane stood there, unable to believe her eyes. Before her eyes, the chair was moving at a furious speed, and once again, there was no one in the room but her. The rocking sound of the chair echoed throughout the quiet house. Jane panicked. She rushed upstairs, slammed the bedroom door, and hid under the covers like a child. But she could not sleep. The rocking sound continued to resound steadily, as if the chair was trying to communicate something to her. The next morning, Mike returned. Jane, exhausted and scared, finally told her husband about what she had been through over the past week. At first, Mike laughed and said that it was just Jane being too stressed. But when he saw her pale face and dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep, he began to believe that something was really wrong. Mike decided to check the chair out for himself. He sat down, gave it a little push, and it rocked like a normal rocking chair. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. But as soon as he stood up and turned away, the chair rocked again, slowly and vaguely, like a haunting goodbye. After that, both Jane and Mike decided to move the chair out of the house, not wanting it to continue haunting them. They took the chair to a nearby antique shop and never looked back. From the day the chair left the house, the strange phenomena also disappeared. The house became quiet as before, and Jane gradually felt at peace again. But every time she thought about that rocking chair, a cold feeling still ran down her spine. The antique shop owner said the chair was quickly sold to an antiques enthusiast. Little did they know that it carried with it the story of a dead man and the secrets that house held. And since then, the rocking chair has continued to rock, but this time in another house, waiting for someone to sit on it and discover its secrets. If you find the story interesting, please like and subscribe to wait for the next video.